States of America. I don't even know cultural views of all 4 people on the panel, but I guarantee neither of us fit into either of those boxes.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? And then like this stuff, dealing with like the fiscal implications of where we are or the monetary policy, that's really hard. You got books and you have to really think about it, you know? But for people here, kind of in that world, and it is so important these issues get pushed into the fore, because this is what actually matters. This is why empires collapse, you know? And so...
And it's working. I mean, just, you know, Paul really, I think, brought the Fed to the forefront just, what, in 2009? Yeah, give it up for Ron. And, you know...
There is so much love for that guy. It's been, what, 20 years?
And Luke could probably answer this better than me, but I just don't remember the word fiat or inflation being used in everyday normal lives. Like, normal people didn't talk about these types of things. And to Dave's point, we're pushing it into the forefront. And now it's normal language, and people are starting to understand the mechanisms. And now we can finally kind of push back on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I wanted to, especially in social and Twitter and Nostr and like all these things, like I feel like there's a huge mixed bag about how people feel about this conference. And like the fact that, you know, Bitcoin's purpose is the separation of money and state, right? This is about reining them in, and then Trump's on in 2 hours. You know, we got presidential candidates, we got campaign promises, we got politicians galore. Like, and a lot of people are like, is this captured? Is Bitcoin a super PAC now? You know, like, and I'm curious, what do you make of this? Because I've heard a lot of different perspectives, and I'm curious kind of how you see where we are in this transition, and how do you make of kind of the insanity that has really just arisen in this environment in the last like 3 to 4 months?
I think the fact that 2 of the 3 major political or presidential candidates are here is, I think it reflects the growing political power, to your point about it being a super PAC. But I don't know that that's the only reason. I think there is a growing recognition in the halls of power in Washington that recognize the mathematical realities that we just discussed in the first 10 minutes. And I think they are starting to recognize the possible utility of Bitcoin as a least worst way of managing through what is looking increasingly like it's going to be a difficult, bumpy ride for the next 4 to 6 years. And so I think that's a bigger part of it. I'm sure there's, you know, just sort of the base political, hey, Bitcoiners have a lot of money at 70,000 a coin, and, you know, I want to tap that for my campaign. But I do think there is a much greater recognition than most people realize at high levels in Washington that we have a problem, and we don't have a problem in 5 years or 10 years or maybe not even in 2 years. We have a problem very soon.
Now, yeah.
I think in regards to separation of money and state, which that's something I'm very passionate about. I know, Guy, you know, we've talked about this extensively. And when I think about that, I think about removing the money from the hands of the state. Now, why do we have politics here at this event is kind of the question that Guy is posing. And I would say, when I think about separation of money and state, it's more about the state being able to create money at will. Yeah. We want to take away the ink from the money printer and prevent them and force some fiscal responsibility back, right? Prevent that creep of the government, because they can always print money for never-ending wars and more cultural programs. However, that doesn't mean we need to abstain from politics. If anything, we, as Bitcoiners who value freedom above everything, should be taking the power back of the political system. So it's not about trying to abstain and go live on a hill, on a rock, and, you know, we say that Bitcoin will fix everything, but no. You can't just go take your Bitcoin, hide on a hill, and then Bitcoin magically fixes it. We have to do the work. And so we have to be involved in politics. I think we should unite as a super PAC. I think we should be involved in politics, but take the printing ability away from the government. That's the separation I'm here for.
100%.
Yeah.
So that essentially is the only reason why I love Bitcoin. Like, I know there's different reasons why other people like it, and a lot of people have gotten rich off it, and I'm a capitalist. I'm not against getting rich. Good for you guys. If any of you guys have gotten really rich off it, give me money. But look, like, I don't like the slogan "Bitcoin fixes everything." I've tried to use it on my wife when she's mad at me, and it doesn't work. So, like,
Well, if you made enough money
that's
from
the
it, and
best
you gave
time
her
to
some,
use
maybe.
she's like, you didn't check in, and you were out all night, and I'm like, Bitcoin fixes this.
It's okay.
Like, it's not.
It's okay.
But the whole game to me, right? Like, why I love Bitcoin and why I think it's so, like, the potential is so limitless, is because, like, the more you learn about money and government control of money, you realize that that is the whole game. Everything else flows from that. Every evil thing that government does is only because they control the money supply. Like, take an evil thing that government does, and I'll explain how it's because they control the money supply, you know? Like, I mean, just think about, like, okay, we fought, like, a catastrophic 20-year war in Afghanistan that literally killed hundreds of thousands of people, cost trillions of dollars, and thousands of our bravest young boys died, and then tens of thousands committed suicide in the wake of the war, right? Well, just, like, imagine if they couldn't print the money for that war. Right. Imagine if they had to tax the American people every month for the war in Afghanistan. You think that thing would have lasted 20 years?
No way.
You'd have been lucky to get it through a year. Yeah. Before the people would have demanded a result. Like, what are you doing here? I mean, just imagine trying to do the lockdowns of 2020 if they couldn't just print trillions of dollars and pass them out. The people wouldn't have taken it. They would have been like, no, we're going back to work. We're not doing this. It's only because they control the money that they can get away with tyranny. And listen, like, personally, like, when I came up as a child of the Ron Paul presidential campaigns. Like, that's how I got interested in all of this stuff. And Ron Paul would always talk about the gold standard at the time. And don't get me wrong, I think a gold standard would be much better than what we have right now. The problem is that historically, what do nations do when they're gold standard and they need to fight a war? Just suspend the gold standard. So the difference that what Bitcoin brings is the decentralization. If you were truly on a Bitcoin standard, someone in Washington couldn't just say, we're going off coin standard now. That's the power that Bitcoin has, that you can actually have a chance at separating money in the state. And that is the most important thing in the world today.
I do want to just add,
1,000%.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. I do want to add, Dave, the irony of what Dave said. Started by saying he doesn't like that Bitcoin's everything, but then he went on to describe all the ways Bitcoin
fixes everything.
It doesn't fix everything, just war and tyranny.
Yeah.
And
That's pretty big.
This used to be known, right? Like, you can go back to 1948, you can find it online. Warren Buffett's father, Congressman Howard Buffett, wrote a missive, gold convertible money is essential to freedom. That was the title of the, human depends on gold convertible currency. And, to your point, the gold convertible is a point of risk that had been removed by Bybit, as you said. So it literally is the whole game. All the other stuff is just noise to distract from control printer.
Again, though, if you're out all night and don't call your wife, Bitcoin is not going to help you. So I'm just saying. Take that.
It's her Bitcoin then.
But the wild thing about it is that, like, when you look at exactly why it is that money is at the source of everything, is because that, like, all power is about the control of resources. All power is about the control of energy, about our energy, what we actually exert toward. And if we are working for something that someone can print for free, then we are literally working for them. Like, not by choice. We are being coerced into always provide our energy for them for nothing in return, explicitly. And the kind of the crazy thing in kind of what you were saying in like breaking down like what the cost, the true cost of all this is just in totality. Like when we're talking about like a systemic fraud in like a counterfeit situation, is that the problem is a systemic problem. You know, some people will talk to me about how, like, oh, we got to deal with fractional reserve in like a bank or in an exchange, or the ETF might have some IOUs. But at the end of the day, we know what happens with fractional reserve on top of the Bitcoin standard. It's Mt. Gox. It's FTX. Go out of business. They die. They do not survive at length. Fractional reserve doesn't work if you sound money to at the end of the day. What's happened is that the government system where they have to adhere to reality.
No consequence.
There's no consequence. There's systemic pushback at the very lowest. They have a total and fraud over everything that they lie about, all of their they can always just paper over it.
They did until Bitcoin.
Until Bitcoin. And like you said, that is the problem that Bit is solving.
Well, by the way, just in case you guys know, is that he orange, and he was the one he cast, and I was loosely familiar. I knew a lot of people were into it, but you're like, you went on this powerful things I ever heard. When your money is fake, your world is fake, and that there's so much. Like, when you really think about it, money is almost 50% of every transaction. I mean, I guess there's sometimes you trade things for that, but for the overwhelming majority of the time, every economic interaction that you have is trading something for money. And it's like that money itself is a lie. Yeah. Like almost every single day you go out and you trade a lie for a freaking vape that I have to go buy after this because they wouldn't let me bring it in to the building.
Thanks, TSA.
I'm going to go trade a lie for nicotine. Something so real as nicotine. I have to trade a lie for that. And there's a profound way in which that corrodes like the national soul when everything you're doing is based off of a scam.
Well, because we believe that money is a neutral. It's like a tool. So money could be used for good or money could be used for bad. It's how I use it, but not necessarily. Because the money system that we have today, that would be true for a sound money. But on a fiat money system, it's built on theft, inflation being theft. It's built on lies and deceit. So then anything built on that system is inherently evil, unfortunately, and it creates all types of perverse outcomes. Luke and I were talking about earlier how the financial system has distorted the entire workforce to where now essential things we need, like welding bridges and building planes that don't fall out of the sky, are deprioritized so we can go work in derivatives trading that does absolutely nothing and provides no value to the world. And so this lies, theft, and deceit has perverted the entire system that we have.
The bloating of the financial system, is the worst because all of the new money gets funneled through in a bond, in a loan, and it basically allows them to just consume. And then what are they going to do? They're just going to lend it to giant corporations. Everybody's like, I hate big corporations. It's like big corporations are massive because they have access to money that the rest of us don't have. They get a price that's just not real. And everything just funnels up to them. And you think about, like go back like 30 or 40 years, the size of the financial sector as a portion of the economy has grown. Like, that it's a way to, there's nothing about finance is inherently valuable in itself. It's managing real resources. That means that it takes us twice as much of our time and energy to do the same job as we used to do.
Well, it's a parasitic industry, right?
And how many people get pulled into that industry, right? Like, look, if you're a doctor, like your average doctor's salary, they make like a couple $100,000 or something like that.
Specialists about 300 now.
Yeah. Okay. So like, let's just say $300,000 or something like that, which is like not a bad salary to be making, but it's not, with today's prices, it's not like you're rich if you're making $300,000 a year. You'll bang out your mortgage payment, you'll send your kid to a private school, maybe you take a vacation, and you're out of money at the end of the year. Like that's basic. Yet you could go become a multimillionaire on Wall Street. So now all of these, all the young talent, we're pulling in to this phony industry that does nothing to create real wealth for people. Whereas all of and nothing against anyone in finance. I understand.
We hate you all.
No, listen, make your money. You know what I mean? You got to make your money. I mean, you're a part of something evil, but make your money in that evil thing. You're destroying the greatest nation ever built. But no,
make your money.
It's not you. But how much talent is there on Wall Street that if it wasn't for this being such a big part of the economy, they'd be out there actually being productive and improving.
Sie Wertpapiere mit IG und erhalten einen Bonus von 300 €. Wie soll das gehen? Mein Name ist Christian Henke, ich bin Senior Marktanalyst bei IG, dem Weltmarktführer im Derivatehandel und seit über 23 Jahren Analyst und oft Interviewpartner hier an der Frankfurter Präsenzbörse. Uns ist es sehr wichtig, dass Sie den Umgang mit verschiedenen Finanzprodukten erlernen. Aus diesem Grund haben wir 3 kurze Videos erstellt. Schauen Sie sich die Videos an, absolvieren Sie das Quiz, eröffnen ein Konto und traden. Und im Anschluss bekommen Sie 300 Euro. Also, meine Damen und Herren, worauf warten Sie noch?
Broken incentives, imagine the difference. Imagine the shift in the world when we fix the incentive system and we have the best doctors in the world, the most highly trained, like Luke just said, and rather than going into trading derivatives at a hedge fund, focus on life-changing, life-saving technologies, life-saving medicines or surgeries or whatever it is, and then how much more value can be put forward into the world. So we're really on the precipice of a massive shift. You know, we call it like a Renaissance 2.0, if you will, a sound money system with an information boom, changing the incentive structure, and we have massive growth and massive hope ahead.
Yeah. And just, I would just, because that's such a good point, that it's like you also recognize, I mean, there's so much beauty around us. It's so amazing to be alive today. Like, I'll tell, my son had a congenital heart defect that if I had lived at any time except for the last 20 years, I would have lost my son. And he's fine. He's gonna live a totally normal life now because the things they can do today are incredible. We have all this amazing stuff around us. If we just fixed the money, we could live in an unprecedented boom time.
Just do more of that.
You can't even imagine. It would be considered magic 100 years ago to have what we have now. And we've got the answer. And it's cool to have a group of people who all know what it is coming together, you know?
Hell yeah. Well, maybe since we're really short on time, maybe just close this out with, 2020 it felt like a turning point. Both for the government kind of just going unrestricted, like you're going to do what we say, and when someone brings up your rights, it's not even something we pander to anymore, it's something we laugh at, and we accuse you of being selfish because you're not doing what the state wants you to. So we have moved aggressively in the wrong direction in kind of one realm. But at the same time, many millions of people woke up and they were like, what in the hell is happening here? And we've kind of got these two paths, and maybe my question is simply, are we going down both of these paths at the same time? Is one winning, or are we just separating into two worlds? Like maybe give me a little bit of hope or a little bit of realism for where you think we are in this.
Well, listen, I'll just say this, I'll be quick, and then you guys can finish, but I'd say this, right? And I've been a very sharp critic of Donald Trump for years, and many of his policies that I didn't agree with, both domestic and foreign policy. The fact that Donald Trump is the candidate who the entire corporate media is telling you you're not allowed to support that guy. The CIA and the big banks and big pharma and all the power centers are saying you're not allowed to support that guy. And that he is winning so dominantly right now is such a great sign for this country. If nothing else, just that people are like, screw you, we're not listening to you. I love that.
Yeah, I think that was somebody made a comment that I thought was great, was like, appreciate someone if they have the right enemies.
I've said many times, if the media wanted Trump out of the race, they should just endorse him.
That's great.
But, in terms of the two paths,
that would probably work.
I think we're running two parallel paths. I've been calling it on podcasts with Mark and others. We're riding two horses with one ass, and it's ultimately you can only ride one horse with one ass, and the horses are increasingly bolting in two different directions. And I think this is true of the fiscal side and the economic side, which is where I've mainly used the terms, but I think it's true socially, et cetera. And so I think we can ride these two horses with one ass for a bit longer, but a decision point is coming. And I think what we decide is in part the actions everybody takes individually in terms of how you vote with your wallet with a Bitcoin, who you vote for, how you act locally, how you raise your children. I mean, it's not one thing. I mean, the biggest thing people can do is raise your children well. Well, that's the biggest, raise your children well, the problem will fix itself. So I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic that you know.
And I would add, Guy said it perfectly, and I agree with, like, the tide, as I always say, the pendulum is starting to swing back. And he said that a lot of people woke up, 2020 was a big wake-up call for a lot of people, but really what the state wants, if you look at the Bolshevik Revolution or you look at Mao's Great Leap Forward, the state wants to censor you, they want to keep you quiet, and they want everyone to conform in a perfect box. And the reason why is because if one person can break out of that, if they can break through into living truth as opposed to living a lie, everyone else can see that, and they want that as well. And we've been sort of in this censored bubble, if you will, and Elon Musk has been standing against the world in the front of that and has shifted the window just a little bit. It's not open censorship. I mean, there's still censorship, but just a little bit has started to change it. Now we have Mark Zuckerberg who's like, oh, wait a minute. I guess I could stand up a little bit to this. And as Luke said, it's about our kids, but it's about each one of us. And so I like to say that your silence makes you complicit. And so you don't have to stand up and be vocal, but you could at least cast doubt. Oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. But it's about us all waking up one by one. It's us all standing up to the face of that, at least casting doubt, if not opposing it directly, and we'll shift that tide back.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, guys, without a doubt, the government is out of control. I think we recognize this. We see it in a million different ways. But I tell you what, every time I go to a Bitcoin conference and I come hang out with people, I feel like it gets more and more wild just every single time. And it's absolutely crazy that I was just chatting with my brother while we were walking over here, that we found Bitcoin in 2011. And we were sitting in our trailer, poor nobodies, like just talking about this thing, and we described this day. We described the fact that, like, eventually it was going to be here, and it's just so unreal to actually see it. And everybody that I talk to is absolutely as busy as they can be. Everybody's got 10 projects. Everybody's trying to build everything under the sun. And I swear to God, if the government can be reined in, like, it's gonna happen with this group of people. Like, if it can happen, why not us? Why not us? So, I just want to say thank you guys. Dave, it's so awesome to actually finally meet you in person, brother.
Yes, great to meet you in person.
Luke, Mark, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a great rest of the day.
Oh, that went by quick.
That went by quick.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage stage for the big announcement.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 happening today. You saw Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, Ro Khanna, Democratic Congressman from California, still to come, Marsha Blackburn, Vivek Ramaswamy, and, of course, what everyone is here for, and the lines that are stretching around the venue, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We've got an all-star panel now coming from the opposite political spectrum. Jason Mayer to my left, author of The Progressive Case for Bitcoin, available at Bitcoin Magazine books at bitcoinmagazine.com. And to his left, Bradley Redler, Associate Professor of Philosophy at the University of Wyoming.
That's right.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Obviously, want to talk about the feeling around this venue, about what's going on. Red hats everywhere. We saw earlier a man holding a sign, Scamala. Obviously, there's dissatisfaction with the current administration here at Bitcoin 2024. So let's get into the message that Trump is sending by being here and just what you're feeling as people who are coming from the Democratic persuasion. Jason.
Sure. So I think the fact that Trump has embraced Bitcoin is a really wake-up call for people on the left, Democrats, who actually care about getting elected and really want to see this technology blossom. So I was very happy today to see examples of Democratic Congress people on the stage, main stage Bitcoin conference, talking about a crypto reset, Bitcoin reset, common sense regulation that goes along with Bitcoin. From the left, and I do feel like we have a lot of great news and optimism that there will be a reset, and the Harris campaign might actually be more open than we thought to some of these ideas.
Well, Democrats on stage today calling for a great reset, but let's be honest, Bradley, it's the conversations are tough right now. How is it in your life, just the idea that you're coming to a conference that Donald J. Trump is speaking at?
Yeah, it's difficult to explain in the same sentence why I am in favor of Bitcoin and why Donald Trump is in favor of Bitcoin. But I think that when I explain the reasons I'm in favor of it, people get it. And when I talk to my students who are young and a combination of conservative and liberal, I'm at the University of Wyoming, they immediately understand why a private, censorship-resistant digital cash is important. I think it's a mistake to think that President Trump understands Bitcoin very well, but what he does understand is what people have told him about Bitcoin and just how many people are in favor of it and how many people disagree with the current administration's policies. Hopefully, Kamala Harris can take that on board as well, and people can explain to her why the progressive case for Bitcoin is such an important case to make.
Well, conservative activists on stage earlier today, Scott Pressler, his argument to the people on the desk watching at home on YouTube, X, and Rumble that Bitcoin is inherently conservative, that it's pro-freedom, it requires less government, and that people who are conservative should be pro-Bitcoin, and the people who are liberal are naturally not. Jason, your reaction?
Couldn't disagree more. I feel like, things like freedom and transparency and all of the values that Bitcoin stands for fits perfectly well within a progressive mind frame, and that's why I work so hard to just educate people as much as I can about how you can view Bitcoin through really any lens that you want. And if you see a problem in the world, and our current financial system is a problem in the world, Bitcoin has a response to that.
But Bitcoin, as the nature of it, the technology just has less government involvement, right? It removes the government's ability, or it is a system of money without a government in it, and thus is new. Brad, your take?
In my opinion, I think that people link too closely progressivism with government involvement, and the early progressive movement was not about governments. It was a system built alongside governments because people recognized that governments were not serving who they were supposed to be serving, and that is obviously still the case. So I think the progressive case for Bitcoin is not a pro-government case. It's particular progressive issues that we think Bitcoin actually helps with.
Well, obviously, Joe Biden resigning or dropping out of the 2024 race. How does a new nominee undo the mistakes of the Biden administration? Jason, what are you saying?
Yeah, so I feel like it's a perfect opportunity to actually do the reset that we've been talking about. We heard this morning that the Democratic groups of Democrats are actually reaching out to the DNC to push these pro-crypto, pro-Bitcoin policies at the party level. So I'm optimistic about that. And just, to speak to the progressive values, I feel like Bitcoin is a tool that will allow us to have a more efficient, more fair, more transparent government. Not that we need more government, but it will allow us to actually have a better functioning government.
Going quickly to our roving reporter in just a minute, but want to stick with our panel right now. This idea that Bitcoin voters are single-issue voters, and the risk that if Democrats don't appeal to these single-issue voters, they could lose a crucial swing vote. Bradley, your take on the idea, what should the Democrats be afraid of losing the Bitcoin vote?
I think that it would be great to have more polling on how many people are single-issue voters on Bitcoin or crypto. I think the polling data does tell us that a lot of people who own Bitcoin consider it very important that the administration that they vote for has positive Bitcoin policies. And so I think it's important for the candidates to understand what people are thinking about with respect to Bitcoin, as well as the other issues that they're interested in. And if it turns out that a lot of people are single-issue Bitcoin voters, then they need to know that as well. And so hopefully they have polling out there that will tell them.
Jason, your quick thoughts. Should Democrats be concerned that they might lose Bitcoin voters? Is that a crucial swing vote, in your opinion?
Yeah, it is, actually. And I wrote my book, and I talk to progressives about Bitcoin all the time because I was hoping that it wouldn't come to pass, right? I was hoping that we could get Democrats on board with a Bitcoin before it became a political football. I haven't given up complete hope for that. I think that we now have an uphill battle for that. But I do think it's possible and important for any politician on the left to understand the power of this community and what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, election 2024 alive and well at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. We're going to go now to our roving reporter, Q Gamies, out here on the conference floor in the middle of the electricity, taking you inside the action right now. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm here now with Joey Garcia, the Director and Chief Legal at Zappo Bank, to tell you guys a little bit more about Zappo and its unique offering.
So look, Zappo's been in the space for a long time, right? We were the biggest Bitcoin custodian in the world. We are a Bitcoin native business that's become a bank. So let's call it Bitcoin private banking. Developed back in the old days, we were, as I said, the largest. We sold the institutional business to Coinbase to focus on that retail market. And now, where do people keep, store? What is the value proposition to protect and grow your wealth with the Bitcoin asset exposure? In a way that's integrated to your bank account and the services you need. Let's call it the bridge between the Bitcoin world and the banking world, the secure banking world. That's what we do, and we're very proud of the offering. We're the only company in the world really to be able to do that. So we're talking about fully blockchain integrated payment rails, stablecoin payment integrators to your bank account, and secure exposure to BTC in a savings account that's earning interest to you at no risk. So we're Bitcoin native, gone into banking. We're not a bank looking to explore exposure to BTC. That's our identity, that's who we are. We've been in the game for a long time and we're here to stay.
Amazing. Back to you guys at the desk.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024. Of course, action happening around Music City Center now. We're sending it over to the Nakamoto stage. You're going to hear from Alex Gladstein of the Human Rights Foundation. His talk, Bitcoin, Global Utility Power, happening now.
But there's been no sort of capitalist incentive to get these people power until now. So what we're going to talk about is how one of the use cases of Bitcoin, in addition to being freedom money, in addition to connecting anybody in the world to one open global marketplace on one currency that can't be stopped, is that it also is going to end up bringing power to every single person in Africa who doesn't have power. That's going to happen over the next few decades, and Bitcoin mining is going to do it. I was invited by Eric Hirschman and Janet and Philip and their team from Gridless to visit this remarkable place at the base of Mount Moulange. It's the highest peak in southern Africa, one of the most stunning places I've ever seen. I mean, it rivals Yosemite. There's very few people there because there's very little infrastructure there. What you see here is a little canyon, and there's a river running through it. And at that river site, about 20 years ago, the Scottish government decided to think about funding what's called a micro-hydro station. Okay, so it's like a small off-grid site where the running water is converted to electricity for the people who are nearby. Because it's what's called concessional financing, which is what powers most energy projects across the rural world, all across the planet, from Latin America to Southeast Asia, concessional financing basically just means donation. Somebody's just giving money. They don't have skin in the game. They're not going to fund OpEx. They're only going to fund CapEx. So first of all, it took them about 15 years to get this off the ground. These people in Bondo didn't have electricity until a couple years ago because there was no skin in the game. Like the Scottish government wasn't going to make money from this venture. The incentives were not aligned. But we went up to the top of the reservoir. This is where the river comes down, and the river flows down through the turbines, and it looks like this inside the little hut. And you know what? There's just a profound problem that you realize when you visit a site like this. The people in the town and the village and the local merchants and the local businesses, they sleep every night. They don't use power at night. So there's very little power demand in the evening, but the river never sleeps. So at night, there's just all this wasted energy. And you start to realize every single energy production site on Earth wastes energy. We waste so much energy. And today, because of what Gridless is doing, there's a Bitcoin mine there. And the Bitcoin network is buying 100%.
Wer macht, dass ich meinen Energieverbrauch voll im Griff habe?
It's on us. E.ON.
Out of their own pocket. They have a new source of income, which is all the Bitcoin coming in from the mining operation, from all the electricity that wasn't used before. And we're talking the majority of electricity that this place generates was going wasted. And now it's all being bought by the Bitcoin network. And here's the kicker. They're not being paid in kwacha, the currency in Malawi that's collapsing. They're being paid in cold, hard Bitcoin and sats directly to their offices. They don't need to deal with accountants and paperwork and Forex. No, they just get Bitcoin. It's incredibly powerful for these people. So it allows them to have capital. Now, the local power company can think about building, and they are expanding, and they're going to connect more homes. Gridless, the company that owns the miners, they're also winning. They're going to come in, and within a year or two at these sites, they're profitable, which is amazing. And number three, most importantly, probably for most of you, the local residents. Now, the local residents, we got to meet the chieftains of the village at a meeting. It was very special. It was very profound. And what's really amazing is they're paying less now for the electricity. What happens, it's sort of counterintuitive. The media will tell you, oh, the Bitcoin miners are coming in and they're making electricity more expensive. That's completely false. That's not what happens at all. What's actually happening here is that because the power company can only sell about 20% of what it makes to the local population because there's just not that much demand, it ends up charging 5 times more for the price. So these guys are paying 80 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity in the middle of nowhere, even though they're surrounded by energy. Meanwhile, here in the States, I know the prices have been going up lately, but in the advanced democratic world, we pay, I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 30 cents. So despite the fact that they're so poor and vulnerable, they're paying way more than us. This doesn't make any sense. We were led to believe that we are in progress around the world. Electricity and technology was supposed to get cheaper. For them, it's getting more expensive. And Bitcoin changes that, and it's so profound. And look, they weren't Bitcoin experts, but they knew what it was doing to their community, and they knew that electricity was the thing that mattered almost the most. I mean, the stories they told us about how it's changed their town. I mean, children that couldn't study at night. They had to try. They are now, the rate at which their children are now getting into the good schools has skyrocketed since they got electricity. They no longer have to walk to surrounding villages 20 kilometers to get medicine. Funnily enough, the men who used to go to town to watch football, they can be at home with their families and really build family and build community. So, Bitcoin is changing everything for this little town. And this is just one example of what is happening all across Africa and soon all across the developing world. And one of the most interesting things that I sort of observed here is when you go to the back of the Bitcoin mine, you put your hand up, it's a furnace. It's so hot. The externality of Bitcoin mining is heat. It's just a heater. The Bitcoin miner just turns electricity into heat. That's really what it's doing, right? So people are smart and they figured out, wait a second, we can actually use that. So what you're seeing here is 1,000 miles north of Malawi in the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Virunga National Park, which is where the silverback gorillas are, and 5 million people live in this park in the surrounding regions. You'll see a couple of Bitcoin miners there talking to a guy who runs Virunga National Park, the Conservancy. And the park is pretty smart. In 2020, they started mining Bitcoin with the excess energy they had from their hydro stations. So they've done very well, and it's been a lifeline for the park. But additionally, in the area, they have a lot of other things they make. But what you see behind them is cocoa. So cocoa is taken and it's like put out on these mats. And there's like animals and birds and wind, and they're trying to dry it, but it's not very effective, right? And it's not even sanitary enough to be sold to EU markets. So what happens is they were like, look, we're going to buy $200,000 of industrial heaters so that we can actually sell this stuff and make more money. Our friends, the Bitcoin miners, were like, no, don't do that. Buy $200,000 of ASICs instead. And that's what they did. And now they're processing cocoa way faster, way more efficiently, and it turns into this beautiful chocolate, which I was able to eat. It's incredible. This chocolate is made by Bitcoin mining. I visited sites in Norway where the externality of all the hydro mining they do is drying seaweed for consumption around the world. So you kind of have to understand that in the future, it's not going to just be cost of Bitcoin mining and profit of Bitcoin mining. It's going to be profit of Bitcoin mining plus profit of the externality minus the cost. And this is going to change everything. I encourage you to watch a Reason documentary about a bathhouse in Brooklyn that's heating the spa where you go with Bitcoin mining. The Bitcoin miners are submersed in a liquid, and they run and they create heat, and they heat the water of the spa. And this is the coolest part. The guy who runs the spa is paying less for power now than he did before, plus he's mining Bitcoin. So this is just going to revolutionize everything. What you start to realize is if you're not mining Bitcoin, you're wasting energy. And that's the exact opposite of what the media tells you. I also got an opportunity to visit a geothermal site in Kenya. So this is just very simple. They dig a very deep hole in the ground. Heat comes up, it turns into steam, it spins a turbine. This thing is going to generate the same amount of power for the next 40 years. Clean, consistent, renewable, carbon-free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have so much of it in Kenya. It's one of the world's largest sources of geothermal power. It's right on the Rift Valley. And, one thing I learned when I was there, was really surprised by, is Kenya's the world's largest exporter of flowers. So what happens is they take the geothermal or the hydro, and they power pumps like this, which is on a lake, and they pump the water to a field, and they grow flowers, and they sell it to Europe or wherever, and that's like how the country, earns income, essentially. And, what's amazing is that you start to realize there's no grid here, so it's not like they can sell the excess power to somebody else. No. This is like rural Kenya, and on the right, you'll see a shack that has the pump inside. And the pump's not on all the time, right? The pump's pumping sometimes, not pumping other times. But the geothermal power is constant. It's always coming. It's always coming. So on the left, and we'll just kind of zoom in here, that's a Starlink, and that's sitting on top of a Bitcoin mine. And the most amazing thing is that this thing is buying, again, 100% of the power that the pump's not using. So all of a sudden, we've eliminated waste, and we are going to become much more efficient as a species. And honestly, it's going to create so much abundance because it's going to unlock people's ability to use all the electricity sources around them. So you can see inside, we got some miners here. This is so cool. What Gridless does is everything's made in Africa. Like the whole design they have, everything's made in Africa. And this is like a chart on one of the founder's phones he was showing me, where if you look at this thing and there's this green line going up and down, above the red, that's all when the Bitcoin mining machines are turned on. So they're mining whenever that green line goes above the red line. And when it goes below the red line, the machines aren't on. And it's just this dynamic, flexible power demand source that's paying the company that runs the station, it's paying Gridless, and it's reducing the cost of power for anyone else in the region. I mean, it's sort of magical, but that's what Bitcoin mining is. But it's not just going to solve issues in Kenya or in Malawi. It's going to solve issues here too. So this is I live in California, and this is a chart that I was really shocked by. So this is from the California, grid, basically. And between 2019 and 2023, in America, we use the word curtailment instead of waste because it's sort of like a euphemism, right? Curtailed. But we were wasting millions of megawatt hours of energy. So, I mean, this is massive amounts of energy that we are wasting in our country. And, just to give you an idea, in 2021, my state curtailed 1,500 kilowatt hours of solar and wind. That's enough to power 220,000 homes for a year. In the Southwest power region, which is sort of in the middle of the country, nearly 6,300 kilowatt hours of wind was curtailed. That's enough to power 600,000 homes for a year. And, this is not just American problem, it's a problem all over the world. The UK, get this, the UK spent 500 million pounds wasting wind energy in 2021. How insane is that? And the crazy part is Bitcoin fixes this. We don't need to do this anymore. We can just run all of this renewable energy all the time, and whatever isn't bought by whoever is there, the Bitcoin network is going to buy and turn into capital for more growth and more abundance, and so we can continue to grow as a civilization. This is a chart from a book called Resistance Money. I really would encourage you to pick up a copy. It's a phenomenal book. And what you see here in the white is how much energy Bitcoin consumes, right? So compared to like air conditioning, the big one, chemicals, iron and steel. The difference is, as I've been trying to explain, Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. So, I know that the media and the government want you to look at this and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. Bitcoin mining uses so much energy. We actually want that circle to be as big as possible because the bigger Bitcoin mining is, the healthier we are going to be as a society. I wanted to sort of dive into this a little bit. This is something some of you may have seen, this image. And people always say, well, we could always create a solar grid the size of this square and power the world in the Sahara Desert. Well, you can't do that because that's not how solar energy works. Now, fossils do work that way, right? So you can dig fossils out of the ground in Algeria, and in fact, a lot of that powers all kinds of stuff in the United States. And the interesting thing here is that fossils are more modular, right? So fossils, we don't tend to waste. We're not going to just waste a bunch of fossil fuels. We use them, and we use them carefully. And when the oil exporters sense that the market is weak, they stop digging it out of the ground. There's a much sort of tighter relationship with fossils and the way we use fossils. So long term, fossils aren't necessarily really going to power Bitcoin mining. What Bitcoin mining is going to feast on is renewable energy and baseload power like nuclear and potentially, of course, hydro, geothermal, biomass. I mean, because God controls that stuff. We don't. Sunny, it's not sunny. It's windy, it's not windy. We can't control that. But Bitcoin it can buy everything that's consumed. So this is something we're going to start to understand. And look, these countries, if they wanted to, they could turn all that stuff into capital with Bitcoin mining. And I want us to sort of try to rewire our brains here. So this is a New York Times article, where they're trying to scare you about Bitcoin mining. And they're saying, Bitcoin uses more electricity than many countries. How is that possible? Well, what if they said this? What if they said Bitcoin saves more electricity than many countries? That's super exciting, right? Here's another one. Bitcoin consumes more electricity than Argentina. Oh my God, that's horrible. Well, what if Bitcoin saves more electricity than Argentina? That's incredible, right? So we need to rewire our brains and understand that one of the most profound use cases for Bitcoin is saving wasted energy and understanding that, listen, man, if you're not mining Bitcoin, you're wasting energy. So that's sort of the deal. Just to conclude, that, you know, today and yesterday combined is sort of like one big talk about all the use cases of Bitcoin that you may not hear about. Again, we understand savings, but, you know, there are so many use cases for this thing that's so valuable. And the fact that Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and all these people, Jamie Dimon, they get up there and they tell you it's useless. The Fed tells you it's useless. The Atlantic Magazine tells you it's useless. They're either gaslighting you or they're just ignorant. It is so useful to so many people around the world, whether it be because they don't have the financial privilege that we have. They don't have access to the dollar economy. They don't have access to the stock markets. They just might have terrible paper money that collapses. Their savings technology might be sheet metal or cows. For so many people in this world, that is the technology they're using to save, and Bitcoin dramatically upgrades them. And again, the commercial aspect of it, like think even just about remote work, like when you have got an international company, you're paying somebody in some other country, it's such a nightmare to pay them. Bitcoin just cuts through all that nonsense, and it can really empower so many people in that sense. It's so bad for dictators. It is something that transfers power from the state to the people, and that's something that they are very scared of. As we move through this transitionary time, it's going to be more clear that only countries that have values like property rights, free speech, and open capital markets are going to be able to coexist with Bitcoin. So Tennessee can definitely coexist with Bitcoin, but the CCP cannot. So that's just something to think about as we move forward. And then finally, again, Bitcoin saves wasted energy. Now, I'll conclude with something here. How do we feel about ESG investing? What do we think? Okay, down, yeah, okay. Well, here's the funny part, though. If we actually think about what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin, from an environmental point of view, reduces energy waste and expands green power. Bitcoin, from a social point of view, is the best possible investment you could ever make. It expands financial inclusion, and it promotes human rights in every corner of the world where no one else is willing to help. And we're talking about North Korea, Gaza, all over, Venezuela, places that no aid organization can reach, places that no one really cares about due to whatever reason. Bitcoin is there every day helping people. It is such a profoundly good thing for you to invest in. And from a government's point of view, it's neutral and it's incorruptible. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. No bureaucrat can change that. No one can inflate it if they want to. It's one open standard for everyone. So kind of the funniest thing here is that for all this talk about ESG, Bitcoin is the best ESG investment on the planet. And the funny thing is, we're gonna start to figure this out. Okay, so it's already happening, right? So we have the former president of the United States about to come speak. We have governors. The governor of Tennessee came and spoke at a Bitcoin event yesterday with someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority and one of the senators from this great state. We have nations mining Bitcoin, not just what I showed you today. The government of Kenya is turning its waste into Bitcoin. The government of Ethiopia is doing this. There are all kinds of governments mining all around the world. This thing's already starting to happen. So we're seeing political adoption. We're seeing, of course, we have Wall Street adoption, and we have nation-state mining adoption. This is happening. So this is not something for you to sleep on. And again, it's so profoundly exciting because it provides us a new way to progress as humans where we don't have to rely on altruism. The reason why there's 600 to 700 million people without power in Africa today is because it requires altruism to give them power. It requires them to make a donation where they're not going to get anything back in a capitalistic sense. Bitcoin completely rewires the situation. It completely changes the system where now people are going to come in and give power to all those other people, and they're going to make money doing it. So it's basically this incredible machine that turns self-interest into freedom. And I couldn't be more happy to be here to help talk through these things with you guys. I hope to see you next time. Thanks so much, Nashville.
All right, Bitcoiners, was that a good morning? Round of applause for all the speakers this morning.
So, what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. I've got another all-star panel reacting to that great on-stage talk by Alex Gladstein of the Human Rights Foundation. We've got Marty Bent, managing partner at 1031. We've got Efrat Fenningson, host of the You Are the Voice podcast. Of course, it's electric in here. Lines around the venue, red hats everywhere you look. Trump obviously sending a big message being here. He'll be speaking in just hours. And of course, rumors that he'll be creating a national strategic Bitcoin reserve. Let's start there with the panel. What do you expect to see from Trump? Marty, I know that you are enthusiastic about Donald J. Trump's speech.
I am. I'm interested to see what he said. I have no idea what he's going to say exactly. I think he's going to posture that he's receptive to Bitcoin. Obviously, everything he's done in the last few months has been signaling towards that direction.
Well, he came out strongly negative against Bitcoin originally, right? There was his famous quote where he prefers the dollar and then the pivot. So how authentic is this pivot in your esteem?
I don't know. He had Steve Munchenbutts behind him as Secretary Treasury in his last administration, so I think he had some bad influence on him. But no, I think...
And he had David Bailey on his ear.
Even a rumor that he was looking to ban Bitcoin coming out from a certain executive in the industry.
You know, maybe he did his research. Maybe he did his research, but no, I don't know what he's going to say. I mean, obviously we had RFK yesterday, wants to go after $4 million Bitcoin, but I think they do have to be strategic, the government, if they do make the announcement that they want to acquire Bitcoin. I think going out and saying they're going to buy 500 Bitcoin a day.
Efrat, why announce that you're going to buy Bitcoin? I mean, isn't that where you're not supposed to do that?
Right, but they need the votes, right? We got to remember what the politicians are here for, and I think that mind virus of Bitcoin is started trickling down. Every politician from the spectrum is coming down here to actually talk to those voters. 50, 60 million cryptocurrency holders in the U.S. That's massive, and that's the beginning of the domino effect that we're going to see worldwide. That's what I reckon.
And are already seeing, of course, with El Salvador. We heard from Max and Stacy on stage earlier. Want to recap to yesterday. Obviously, the big news: independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. giving 4 executive orders. Just going to recap them for the folks at home. Signing an executive order, or promising to sign an executive order, that the U.S. Treasury will purchase 550 Bitcoin daily, more than the current supply that is produced, and amass 4 million Bitcoin. Why, as a Bitcoin user, should you support this? Marty, I thought we were talking about decentralization. I thought we wanted the people to rise up against oppressive power structure.
Well, as a Bitcoiner, you want this to happen because it pumps your bags. If they're going to go out there and say, we're going to buy 550 a day, that's in the message out to other governments. Will it centralize the network? I don't know. Will they be able to get to 4 million if you make that announcement? I doubt it. I think everything's good for Bitcoin. Pete, you're a Bitcoin historian. We've been talking about this game theory for years. We have been saying for over a decade and a half that eventually the governments will bend the knee to Bitcoin, and it seems like it may be happening.
Efrat, the message that sends to the world, even just a presidential candidate, putting out a number of how much Bitcoin the U.S. could or should or would acquire.
That's amazing as an awareness, just general awareness for the public, not even knowing. Most people don't even know what self-custody is. So when Trump goes out there and said, I'm going to help you get self-custody over your Bitcoin, most of his voters are looking at that going, what is self-custody? That's a great question to be with. So I think that's a great sign for Bitcoiners all over the world, because you all want your value to go up.
Well, let's go back to the 550 Bitcoin daily. Marty, you're obviously a Bitcoin expert. How would the government go about acquiring 550 Bitcoin daily?
That's a good question. I think they'd have to connect with some OTC desk and get some liquidity there. And I don't think they'd be able to do that for a certain period of time, but eventually you're going to get front run. How long is it going to take you acquiring 550 Bitcoin a day to get to 4 million? It's going to take many years. And by the time you're at the tail end of that, the price should be significantly higher.
Well, we're seeing countries are buying Bitcoin, right? El Salvador accumulating 1 Bitcoin daily. Efrat, maybe you can speak to what's happening in the Global South and El Salvador as a contrast to RFK's
So yeah, I've just watched Max and Stacy, and what they're describing, Max was actually saying we're going to open a Bitcoin bank in El Salvador. That was his last statement. So they're going to be building a lot more infrastructure over what they're doing with Bitcoin as a treasury in El Salvador, and I think people have to continue watching El Salvador. It's the hottest place right now.
Well, El Salvador, and I actually had a great conversation with Madex from Bull Bitcoin yesterday, and what they've built for the community in Costa Rica and Bitcoin jungle is really exciting too. I think the on-the-ground emergent adoption happening in Central
Right,
America.
these are in contrast to government initiatives. So
Yes.
why, as a Bitcoin voter, do you want the government to get involved in promoting Bitcoin? Shouldn't we want the government to be out of our money? And isn't that what Bitcoin did as a technology?
Well, I think this is a recognition of the government, right? Bitcoin is a separation of money and state, and I think many people are conflating government support with government mingling in money. But as we know with Bitcoin, if it's sufficiently distributed, decentralized, the government, even if they're acquiring Bitcoin, cannot have influence. They may try to pressure, but it's very hard, and it is important that as the government gets in, we as Bitcoiners stay vigilant and protect the sanctity of the protocol.
And very different than other alternative cryptocurrency networks. Of course, we're going to send it to roving reporter Q Gahimi, who's around the venue right now, interacting with the folks, giving you a slice of what it's like to be here in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be right back with more of this conversation.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I am joined now with the head of comms for the Bitcoin conference, Christina, to tell us a little bit more about all the press that we have joining us at this conference this year.
Thanks, Q, for having me. So, yes, we have so many media coming in to this conference. We have 900 press pass holders. Basically, all the big mainstream media is here, and we are looking into orange pilling those media and, showing them how important the industry is, how it
Charlie, let the fun win.
And we also have many industry media recognized, including Bitcoin Magazine. So this is going to be really big.
Look, you got mainstream media now joining us. It looks like Bitcoin Magazine has thrown one hell of a party that mainstream media wants to join us. Thank you guys so much. Smash that subscribe button down below.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk. We're deep in a conversation about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his Bitcoin policy proposals. I'm here with Marty Bent, managing partner at 1031 Ventures, Efrat Fenningson, host of the You Are the Voice podcast. We're talking now, of course, about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Spoke yesterday in his appeal to the Bitcoin voter that he is a believer. Efrat, let's take it with you. Would you believe this?
I do believe him. He's a very sincere person, and I think he's not like any other politician. I'm watching this from the sidelines, and RFK would have gotten my vote if I was a voter in the U.S. I think the fact that he got each one of his 7 children 2 Bitcoin each already about a year ago, that means a lot, and he's down the rabbit hole. He's not like the other politicians that are coming here with the messaging points that don't know much about Bitcoin. He gets it. That's what I think.
Also saying he'd sign an executive order directing the IRS to essentially stop what's happening now where purchases are being taxed with capital gains. Marty, can you dive into this policy point?
I mean, this would be massive. This is one of the things that is really prohibiting Bitcoin to be facilitated as a medium of exchange. People are afraid to spend their Bitcoin because they know when they go to spend it or sell it, they're going to have to pay capital gains tax on that sell. So I think whether it's accumulating Bitcoin or eliminating the capital gains, I think obviously accumulating Bitcoin would be great, but capital gains is a great first step to eliminate those.
And don't we want Bitcoin to be used as a payment, Efrat?
Sure. I just want to add on to that. You see that already happening in Spain and in Portugal. They don't have capital gains if you hold your Bitcoin more than a year. And that's a great incentive for people to start holding. So, yeah. And yeah, we wanted people to start using it as payments.
Big and bold. Buying 550 Bitcoin a day,
Yeah.
4 million Bitcoin strategic reserve, 200,000 Bitcoin he wants to keep inside the U.S. Marty, how does Trump top this? As someone who's looking forward to Donald J. Trump's speech, is there pressure now for him to confirm that he would, or affirm that he would buy Bitcoin?
Well, we know Trump is a man of imperatives, and he's very bombastic. I think he may.
He doesn't like being one-upped.
No, he may have to say we're going to go get 21 million Bitcoin. You know, I think he's going to. I think he's going to
Just go
swing
right
for the
to the-
fences.
right to the end.
We're going to get all the Bitcoin.
Efrat, what are you looking for in this speech? Maybe more as a world citizen, global citizen. How can Trump tailor his message to you?
I think Trump doesn't have to do much. The fact that he's here, the fact that people are watching him, the cues here are amazing. People are not aware of what's happening here. It's quite insane. The whole world is watching right now. So I think this is an historical moment. He doesn't have to do much. He just has to not fuck it up. That's what I
Well, the
think.
elephant in the room, or I guess the donkey, if you prefer our different partisan theme animals, Kamala Harris, rumored this week to be in discussions to come to Bitcoin 2024. We saw signs protesting, mocking her. How does the current administration shift course? Can they shift course? Marty, what would Kamala Harris have to do for you to vote for her from a Bitcoin perspective?
You'd have to create a time machine and have her change the trajectory of her life from the past up to this point, because I don't think she has a good record on Bitcoin or anything for that matter. I don't think she is very popular. I don't view her as somebody who is smart and wise and should be leading the country. So I don't think anything outside a time machine can change my mind about
So your vote's locked in, but it sounds like you're hoping to see some progress from the Democrats, right? That would be good for Bitcoin.
There was a letter. Did you see the letter came out this morning? No. There was a letter from the DNC signed by, I believe, 30 Democrat politicians, basically compelling the Democratic Party to shift course away from Elizabeth Warren's saber rattling.
Anti-crypto army that she's building.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
That mind virus is trickling down. I'm telling you, they're all going to go into Bitcoin finally. They have no choice.
Let's dive into a specific point that's a little bit maybe more from a Bitcoin and crypto perspective divisive. Obviously, one of the things that is not liked about the current administration is Gary Gensler, but Gary Gensler has also been the one coming out and saying that most alternative cryptocurrencies are securities. Why is he not more loved in Bitcoin? Why not more love for Gary Gensler money?
I don't know. I think Bitcoiners don't like regulators in general, so I don't know. Gary seems to be an Elizabeth Warren underling. I think that ticks people off, but I mean...
But do Bitcoiners want the SEC to change course or need the SEC to change course?
No, we don't need to. And the one thing we should be worried about leading up to the election is the Democrats trying to posture to crypto more broadly. And that is what is at risk here. I don't know if you saw...
Well, isn't Trump posturing to crypto broadly? I mean, he's accepting Shiba Inu. If you want to donate to Donald Trump today, he will take your Shiba Inu.
The big problem is the crypto lobby is trying to get the CFTC to regulate spot Bitcoin, which would be a big problem. So that's something everybody should be aware of. The politicians here pumping Bitcoin is a great thing, but there are things going on behind the scenes that you should be aware of.
Also, Donald Trump, his personal journey, didn't it begin in some ways with NFTs? His NFT collection that sold out? Efrat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that the fact that he's already into it, this is great. I think he got one or two things during the past few months. So I think the fact that he's into Bitcoin right now and talking more about Bitcoin and knows how to separate crypto from Bitcoin is a good start. I'm not entirely sure that he's going to deliver on his promises, but I think the fact that people are aware of Bitcoin through him is a massive.
But we've seen RFK phase shift a little bit on this as well, talking about 4 million Bitcoin here at the consensus conference, putting the government budget on a blockchain. I mean, Marty, isn't there a bit of a problem here where we're getting, we get paid lip services to our voters? You know?
Yeah, it's definitely a potential. Stay vigilant. As you know, Bitcoin...
You're not worried that Trump could take the same approach?
He definitely could. That's why we got to stay vigilant. That's why I'm happy Bitcoin Magazine has made a very concerted effort to make sure that he's getting correct guidance on these subjects. Not everybody's going to get Bitcoin at once. It is confusing. It is something that you need to spend time on. And this week, I've met a lot of senators, congressmen that are really passionate about this as well. And they've been engaging the Bitcoin community all throughout the week, and that is promising. Not everybody's going to be perfect immediately.
Of course, the Bitcoin vote up for grabs. Election 2024 collides with Bitcoin 2024. We're going to be right back with a new panel after our word from our sponsors. Stay with us.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami. a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today
We're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first...
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale, the final day of Bitcoin 2024. The lines are around the venue as people pack in to see the big show, obviously. Donald J. Trump just hours away from speaking. We've got another panel to unpack all the news that has been happening on stage. To my far left, Perianne Boring, founder and CEO of the Digital Chamber, and to her right, Wiley Nickel. You saw him on stage earlier, U.S. representative from North Carolina. Wiley, I want to stick with you. The bipartisan letter coming out today, sorry, not bipartisan letter, but Democrats coming out today and saying, we want the party to change course on Bitcoin. Maybe introduce us to this letter.
Yeah, no, we announced it from the stage earlier. We've got 14 fellow members of House Democrats who signed on, some other good Democrats, but we're pitching for a reset with Vice President Harris. This is an exciting campaign, a new campaign. She's campaigning in her own right, so we want to see a reset and a focus on moving digital assets into the next decade.
So Perianne, you're obviously interfacing across Washington. This idea that Democrats are against Bitcoin and crypto, do you think that's a fair categorization?
Well, we've had a tough past couple of years, to be fair, Pete. But luckily we have champions like Wiley Nickel and many other Democrats serving in the House and the Senate and in seats all around the country that are pro-Bitcoin, that are pro-digital assets, and that want to make sure that Americans' access to these technologies is not restricted. So the Biden administration has clearly been extremely hostile to the crypto industry broadly, including Bitcoin and everybody else. I believe they've set the industry back over 10 years with their regulation by enforcement posture. At the Digital Chamber, we represent over 200 businesses that are building in this space, and a lot of those companies left the United States over the past couple of years. They've moved their operations either to the UAE, to Europe, Asia, Singapore, Hong Kong. Some of them have moved their entire families. I have one friend or one member that actually renounced their U.S. citizenship over this issue. But to be fair, there's many members within the Democratic Party that have always been pro-crypto. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this month. We've been on the ground working with policymakers in Washington, D.C. For a decade, and this really wasn't a partisan issue until recent years. This should be about technology. At the end of the day, this is happening, and the real question policymakers should be asking themselves is what country is it going to take off in? And we're fighting to make sure that the U.S. leads in the development of Bitcoin and blockchain technology.
Well, we had conservative activist Scott Pressler on earlier, and he was really making the case, how do you make change if you don't vote Republican? How can we trust that there will be change? Wiley, your response to that?
I can tell you 100%, if this becomes a partisan political football, it will set the industry back another decade. You will need to have only Republicans in Congress to get anything done. The focus that I've been working on is making this a bipartisan issue. And we did that in the House with Fit 21. I led a group of 71 Democrats voting with my Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way. So if Donald Trump, when he talks later, wants to actually help, he needs to say, I want to do this with Democrats. Because if not, it's going to be this thing that ping-pongs back and forth. You're going to get someone maybe in the SEC who's better and someone who's not. And that's not helpful. We want to do this together. And if you care about the industry, if you want to have lasting success, to encourage digital innovation here in the United States, keep those jobs here, we've got to do it together. And that's the pitch I've been making, the point I've been making, and we've shown. And we've got Chuck Schumer in the Senate willing and ready to move on this. I think if you look at Congress, least productive Congress in our nation's history, we've done 3 must-pass bills, the budget, debt ceiling, Ukraine, Israel, supplemental funding. But the Fit 21, we've done it in a bipartisan way. This is our chance to do one big policy thing that isn't a must-pass bill in the Congress. That's what we're working on.
Perianne, your reaction to the idea that a vote for Republican better ensures change?
Republicans have largely been more open to Bitcoin and blockchain technology. At the end of the day, what's most important is that we have candidates who are running for office who first understand the technology and understand how it works, and then also who are going to fight and hold the line for the Bitcoin community. At the heart of the issue, this is about personal freedom. Bitcoin represents some of the most sacred freedoms that Americans hold and people around the world. Any effort to restrict American or people's access to Bitcoin or any other open source cryptocurrency is a threat against the First Amendment. All open source technology is protected by the First Amendment of the US Constitution. It's considered free speech because it's a software language. So any effort to restrict people's access from being able to use a self-hosted wallet, any effort to prevent Bitcoin mining from happening in any state across the country, which New York passed the first Bitcoin ban in the country, these are setting legal precedents that are not just relevant if you care about Bitcoin. This is something that cares about all Americans. One of the biggest issues we've seen in public policy in the U.S. Congress, something we see covered in the mainstream media, is our First Amendment being in significant jeopardy due to online censorship, particularly on social media platforms. We're all familiar with that conversation. We are a branch of that same tree. So it's much bigger than just the Bitcoin community. This is an issue that all Americans should care about. And that's why I think everybody needs to show up in November and vote.
Well, of course, the data showing that Bitcoin is nonpartisan. I'm going to pull some data from a Harris DCG poll conducted in March found 33% of voters believe Bitcoin and crypto will factor into their choice of candidate. 77% expected their candidate will be knowledgeable about crypto, and roughly 20% of both Democrats and Republicans own crypto. I want to go back to you, Wiley. This idea that in a tough election where people are dug in and they know who they're voting for, that Bitcoin voters are a potential swing vote.
I agree 100%. I think there's well over 1 million single-issue voters just on digital assets, and this is a changing group of the electorate. And anyone who wants to win needs to understand that I'm pushing hard for a reset with Vice President Harris's new campaign. And I'm hopeful we're going to see some a good forward-looking approach, but those voters are there, and we've got to talk about this issue. And if you look back at this in 10 years, people who are against Web3, it's going to be like you're saying you're against the internet, in the 90s. We got to. No, exactly. But in Congress with the folks I serve with, many of them a lot older. It's about education. We got to educate people. No matter where they stand, if they understand the issue, the ones who really engage, the ones who dig in, those are the ones who supported the bipartisan bills we've done in Congress.
Well, we've got a quick hit coming from one of our roving reporters. I want to go back to you, Perry-Ann, for just a second. This idea, Bitcoin, could it swing the election for one of the parties?
It absolutely could, and I'll share some additional statistics. In Ohio, Ohio is a critical battleground. You have Sherrod Brown, who's the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. He's a 30-year rank-and-file member, one of the most powerful members within the Democratic Party, has been ultimately working very closely with Senator Elizabeth Warren on anti-Bitcoin, anti-crypto policy. He's running against Bernie Moreno. Bernie Moreno is actually a former Digital Chamber
He was actually
member.
on the desk earlier today.
Yeah, so he's running on a pro-crypto platform. He started a small technology company building in the blockchain space, and he's now running for office. In the 2020 election, 4.5 million people showed up to vote. And that was only 50% voter participation in Ohio. According to NPR Radio, there are 2 million crypto owners in the state of Ohio. So if just a small fraction of those 2 million crypto people show up to vote, that could make the difference in one of the biggest and battleground states. It's estimated $200 to $300 million will be spent in Ohio in that particular election. So a part of it is voter participation, and the numbers are really in our favor. I believe crypto is the majority party. There's over 52 million Americans that own cryptocurrency today. 60% of them are millennials and Gen Z, and they're also more likely to be blacks and Latino Americans. These are areas where we need more participation from in the voting voting process. These are people who don't typically show up to vote. And if they show up, they 100% can have a massive impact. We are the majority. We just have to believe it and take action.
Well, Bitcoin voters out in force here. Bitcoin 2024 becoming home to election 2024. We're going to go out to roving reporter Isabella Santos. She's on the ground now talking to one of our speakers. We'll be right back after the break.
All right. First, I got to ask, what is the mission of Custodia Bank?
We're building a safe and sound bridge between the traditional and Bitcoin ecosystems that is compliant and meets the highest standards of bank regulation.
And so you had an ongoing, case. You were suing the Federal Reserve, and this year, they reached out to, this year, a judge dismissed your lawsuits challenging the Federal Reserve denial of a master account, and you guys appealed. What is the current state of that?
The appeal is underway. We filed our brief, and amicus, 7 amici came in, 7 amicus briefs. There are now 3 former U.S. Solicitors General involved in our case on our side, including people who usually face off against each other. The Solicitors General for Obama and Bush, and they're both on our side, along with a former Solicitor General of Virginia, all lined up against the Fed. The Fed's brief is due at the end of August.
At the end of August, so we have to stay tuned with that. And for those of you that don't understand what's happening, can you give us a little scoop of what happened? Why did you decide to sue? Because it's been a long time.
It has been a long time, and it's wrong, and it's protectionist. It's the banking industry trying to keep competitors out, and the regulators aiding the industry in doing so. It's wrong. But we were working, the state of Wyoming actually was working with the Fed on creating a new type of bank charter to safely service the digital asset industry. It would have been it is a non-lending charter. One of the problems with Silvergate and Signature, and one of the reasons they failed, is you cannot mix leverage and the deposits in the Bitcoin space. And that's part of the reason those banks failed. And so this was a charter designed to service the industry and literally the hot money needs of this industry. So the business model is the banks hold 100% cash to back customer deposits. So if there's ever a bank run, people just cash out their money and go, and the bank's fine. And so the state worked with the Fed they had over 100 meetings. We were the first one to really dig in. We applied to become a Fed member bank as well. We were making all this progress. And then all of a sudden, after FTX failed, boom, we were shocked. We were surprised that we were denied. And what came out in the lawsuit is that it was a Warrenite, Michael Barr at the Fed, who made the decision to deny Custodia 2 weeks after FTX had failed. And then he had a meeting, and then within a couple of days, the first draft of the denial letter appeared.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024, Day 2, happening now. We're less than 2 hours away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage, making history here at Bitcoin 2024. We've got a new panel here to discuss the news, the highlights, what's going on. Cabot Phillips, senior editor at Daily Wire. To his left, Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine. And Cabot, I want to start with you. Your first Bitcoin conference. Obviously, it seems Donald Trump is bringing media here.
Yeah, I did not know what to expect coming in. And I'm going to be honest, I have been blown away. I talked to Mike the week beforehand, and he was telling me it's going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of media there, tens of thousands of people. This exceeded everything. I've heard people promote their events before, and I get there, and it's always underwhelming.
Talk to us about that energy.
This is overwhelming. This is completely overwhelming what we're seeing. And I think the amount of media attention that the event has garnered, there was going to be media here regardless. But President Trump being here has brought a completely new element. There are hundreds of outlets here. I'm seeing reporters from every single major outlet as well as independent outlets like the Daily Wire. And I think it's hard to quantify the excitement that there is to hear from potentially the next president of the United States, a guy who has really become more friendly to cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin after 2018, 2019, saying he wasn't a fan. And I think he's realizing just how many voters are actually being swayed by this issue and are looking for a candidate that's going to speak to it.
Mike, can you talk about this media deluge? Who's here, who's new at the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, so once again, with President Trump coming in, and especially after his announcement, we saw a massive uptick in media that requested passes. So right now we have 912 registered press that's in attendance. That's actually bigger than most Bitcoin conferences or events themselves. So, it's important for us. We also have a very important role when the press is coming. This is a great stage to put Bitcoin on the main stage, but also to inform them. And so even when President Trump is speaking, having a spin room, talking to the press, because if you looked at in the past, press hasn't always been nice to the Bitcoin conference, right? Whether that was in Miami in 2021 during COVID, when we allowed people to go maskless and without vax cards, they were kind of negative, or the fact that they don't understand our audience. And sometimes that's why we make sure we go out of our way to invite as much press as we can to this event, for them to see it firsthand, for them to actually experience and understand. When they look around, they go, that doesn't look like Bitcoiners. And I'm like, I don't think you know what Bitcoiners look like.
Cabot, let's talk about your audience. Talking about Mike's talking about Bitcoiners, what they look like. What kind of questions does your audience have about Bitcoin? Are they believers?
Yeah, I think there's definitely an overlap with the conservative audience, which Daily Wire, which we work with and appeal to. The thing that I'm hearing from a lot of the attendees who've stopped by our booth said, oh, we love Daily Wire. And I said, what's the crossover? Why are you here? The big thing I keep hearing is freedom. They say, I know that the government is trying to get their hands on my money. There's been a lot of concern over central bank digital currency. They see the way that the government is going, trying to get their hands on everything. And they say, Bitcoin is freedom for me. And I think that there's this awareness growing where people look around. With inflation in the last few years, they say, I can be as frugal and as wise with my money as I want, and the government could still take my money through inflation. What are alternatives that are going to protect me from that? I think that's a deeply conservative message of freedom, of getting away from government control. And that's what we're hearing from our audience, and also viewing it as an alternative for them where they can have the freedom to buy things without the government looking over their shoulder. I've had multiple people bring up what's going on in China with the digital currency that the government there is backing, saying what you can and cannot buy. And they view it as not only an exciting new technology, but also they view it as sort of a preventative measure for government overreach, where they're saying, I want to be proactive. But the big thing that stuck out to me this week has been how mainstream Bitcoin has really become. There's a saying in politics, nothing moves unless pushed. And I think that the Bitcoin community has pushed the media and it's pushed elected officials to pay attention to this, because they're realizing they have to, because so many tens of millions of Americans are on board.
I want to stick with the word you said there, alternative. Mike, a lot of alternative media coming here. And what does it say about media in general that independent media is here at the Bitcoin conference, and maybe some of the majors are not yet here?
Well, I mean, I guess the majors are here. So that's one of the things that, Trump brought in is now all of a sudden ABC, NBC, Bloomberg, Fox. Maybe we didn't give them space on the floor because they didn't deserve it yet. But our entire media row, there's a whole floor downstairs with all of them there. And luckily for us, we kind of have a weird role as Bitcoin Magazine because we are a media outlet as well. But trying to inform the media that, hey, look, this is some information. Media is used to getting a press release or working with a PR department for a major brand or a major company or a major candidate. Bitcoin doesn't have that. So being decentralized, there's no one feeding the media, hey, this is some information you need to know. Here's how to talk to our PR person. Can we book them time on your show? So it's really unique for us in a decentralized way to try to help push the Bitcoin narrative and say, please come here for yourself, meet with everyone. We want to make this a stage that everybody can talk to and all these media outlets can talk to hear more about what is happening in Bitcoin.
Of course, Bitcoin Magazine, a media outlet as well. The privacy issue of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands. Now, Kevin, I want to talk about misinformation, right?
Yeah.
The idea that media is informing people properly. Your thoughts on just media attitudes to Bitcoin? What was your past exposure to this?
It's been interesting. So I talked to a lot of elected officials, and back in 2017, 18, 19, there wasn't a lot of awareness from them about what this issue was. And so because the electeds were not talking about it, the media thought, well, I don't really need to talk about this. And they were able to pigeonhole Bitcoin as this fringe topic that doesn't really need to be discussed. Once the elected officials started realizing, for good or bad, we need to actually look at legislating this, or we need to deregulate what's going on here and get out of it. Once the elected officials started doing that, I think the media followed. And I actually think the media attention is a very good thing for Bitcoiners for this reason. When the politicians are able to operate in the dark, they love nothing more. They do not want the general public being aware of what they're doing. And so we've seen in the last 3 years, the Biden administration take issue with cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin, trying to target it, trying to make it harder to access. And a lot of people were not even aware of what was going on. You've got tens of millions of Americans invested in Bitcoin who maybe weren't even aware that people like Elizabeth Warren and others were trying to crack down on it. With this media attention, we always say light is the best disinfectant. With this media attention, people are now aware of, wait, what is my senator doing on this? What is my presidential candidate doing on this? And I think that is helpful. Now, the question becomes if the media covers it fairly. Right. I think none of us trust the legacy mainstream media outlets to do a fair job of covering what Bitcoin is all about and the legislative issue there. But I do think that the increased attention is good for the Bitcoin community.
Mike, your quick thoughts before a word from our sponsors.
Yep. We've now seen the Bitcoin conference evolve to when you Google this entire week, everyone is making all their major Bitcoin announcements. It's not just the press, it's every single company that's making Bitcoin announcements. Whether it's Ferrari accepting Bitcoin, or I believe Michigan just bought $5 million of Bitcoin.
Multiple pension funds, Jersey City, Michigan.
They're all making these announcements this week because they know the press is saying this is the week that we're going to talk about Bitcoin. This is all happening. So even the momentum itself of this event causes all the press to want to talk about it and everyone to make all their major announcements. These people aren't even making these announcements at our stage, which I want to point out, we welcome anyone. If you have a big Bitcoin announcement next year, please come to us. We'd love to have you on here. We'd love to promote it.
I'm going to make a Bitcoin announcement right now.
Yes.
The Daily Wire is accepting Bitcoin for
You're
memberships.
putting your treasury in
I
the
can't
Bitcoin.
don't hold me to that, but I would like to
Ben
make
said
it.
it's okay. Ben said it's okay. Perfect. Yeah. So hopefully, look, we were happy to have you here. Daily Wire, the rest of the press, thank you for coming to experience it. And, we hope to have you again next year. And once again, we invite all the press that want to cover it, want to experience it and see it. Please come on down.
The world, the media converging at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. Still hours to go. More packed agenda. And of course, Donald J. Trump. Now a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So, what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara Live Desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We are just about an hour away from President Trump speaking. We are here joined by Alex Gladstein, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. You just got off the main stage. You were talking a bit about mining, educating the audience about mining. Could you tell us a little bit about what you talked about?
Sure. Well, happy to be here and honored to get the opportunity to be up on the main stage with so many other luminaries. This week's been amazing. The content I've seen, the things that are happening. The world is changing, and we're right here for it. We got front row seats. We got the former President of the United States about to speak, which we'll get to. Yesterday, here and also at Bitcoin Park and other places, there was so much going on. I saw a panel with the governor of Tennessee, someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority, and a senator talking about how they're going to make Tennessee this nuclear mining capital, basically. Beautiful. And they're expanding nuclear, and they're going to use Bitcoin mining to help bootstrap that. It's unbelievable. And got so much good content. Obviously, RFK, that was very interesting. Look, we all know he's not going to be president, but look, Bitcoin's about memes. And the funny thing is, it was a Kennedy that was more bullish than any Bitcoin podcaster has ever been, even jokingly. Yep. He gets up there and he explains that he would buy 4 million Bitcoin. I mean, it's like that's the new meme, though. That's the new bar. It's moving the Overton window.
This is true. Could I actually ask you a quick question about that? We had Femi Longe, who just joined your organization.
Yes.
You announced that this weekend. He was on the desk earlier.
Okay.
And he was actually saying, he shared his thoughts on that. And he was saying maybe it's not so great that America acquires all this Bitcoin, right?
And they're not. Like, they're not going to, even the idea of buying that much, they're not going to get there. But, you know, whether or not it's good or not is not really for us to decide. I think we have to just sort of deal with it. It's going to be the evolution of Bitcoin as it monetizes from zero, from an idea, into the global reserve currency of choice for everybody in the world. And that's just the journey we're on. And, you know, at the beginning, it was just computer programmers and people operating on the Silk Road who realized it was valuable. And then over time, human rights activists and environmentalists and journalists. And now you have Wall Street, and now you have nation-state mining, and you have nation-state adoption, and now you have the leaders of the most powerful country in the world. So this is just the journey. And there's a great Alan Farrington essay on this called Wittgenstein's Money. And it's talking about, well, what would it look like if something went from nothing to the world reserve currency? Well, it would look a lot like this.
What we're watching
and
right
that's
now.
literally what's happening. And the RFK thing was just another fork in the road. You know, he was here last year, and you know, he didn't really say a whole lot. And this year he gets up there and he just delivers this policy speech that's like boom, 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 boom. And what he said about retail transactions and being able to use Bitcoin as a currency without it being taxable events when you buy things was maybe even more profound than the idea of buying it.
Agreed.
Now that's something I bet most Bitcoiners can get behind. Let us use Bitcoin as a currency. Don't buy it. You know, you don't need to buy it. They'll be forced to buying it eventually. They'll mine it. They'll buy it. They'll use Bitcoin mining to balance power loads and to bring us into the future of energy. But the most important thing is just let us be. You know, let us use freedom money. And, you know, that's the best thing they could do. That's the best thing the U.S. government could do is just let us use it as currency.
I agree 100%. You just mentioned, you talked about balancing power loads. So that's a bit of a technical term that is associated with Bitcoin mining. Could you dive into that a little bit more? Yeah, well, in my speech, I talked about how I had my eyes opened by journey to different countries in Africa last year when I went with Gridless, amazing team, Eric, Janet, Philip. Shout out.
And what you learn is that countries like Malawi, only 11% of people have electricity. And, you know, essentially, there is no one working on that. There's no one who's like going to bring them all online. There's no capitalistic incentive that makes sense. Most of the power infrastructure in rural Africa, rural places around the world, is all concessionally financed, meaning like donation. Relies on altruism, which isn't really going to get you very far. This changes everything with Bitcoin mining. And we were visiting these sites where it's like, okay, you're in a micro hydro, which is like a small turbine powering a village from running water in a river in a remote location. And you have to understand there's no grid to sell the excess energy to. So at night, the village sleeps. They have no power demand, basically none. The river never sleeps. So it's like you have this wasted energy. And you start to realize every single power location in the world wastes energy. Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. It turns that wasted energy into capital. It buys 100% of what the village and the surrounding area doesn't want or doesn't need or doesn't buy. And it sells it to the Bitcoin network. And Bitcoin network is buying all of that. And the best part is it's paying in Bitcoin, not the local kwacha collapsing currency. It's a huge deal. So then it allows the local power company to have a better balance sheet, to build up, to expand, to build more power, to bring more power. And this is all self-interest. They're making money, Gridless is making money, and the people are paying less for their power. This is a little paradoxical for most people. They're like, wait, I thought that Bitcoin miners, you know, were a drag on the network and are making things expensive. No, that's a lie. It's actually the opposite. Because now the power company can sell 100% of what it produces, it can charge less. So you're going to see this price of power drop. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And in Malawi, too, I think I read something in one of the essays that you wrote on this. There's further this is leading to more electrification in these areas, and as you just said, at a cheaper rate as well. Could you dive a little bit more into that if possible?
Well, I mean, look, just in that example, now that we have Bitcoin mining, the power company can afford to go build another micro hydro. They can afford to connect more homes. And they're going to do it out of their own self-interest. They're not going to do it for altruistic reasons. You don't need Bill Gates or the UN or Warren Buffett to come in and make a big donation. No, we don't need to wait for that. They're never going to do that. You know, if we relied on that, these people would live in darkness forever. This is going to make it happen for people around the world who don't have access to electricity. Because the crazy irony is most of them live in a place of massive abundance. Solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, all around them. And they can't harness it because they never had a way to align incentives before. Bitcoin changes everything on that front. And it's not just in, you know, I talk about how it's not just in sort of poorer countries where this is going to happen. It's happening in advanced democracies, too. I mean, look at my state of California. I was showing how much we waste every year. The UK government wastes. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year wasting wind energy. Bitcoin fixes that so dramatically. Now it's going to pay you instead of you paying it. It's just so transformative.
New paradigm.
It does, you know, it's hard for people to swallow because they've been lied to for a decade plus by the government and the media, which has been telling them that Bitcoin is dangerous and risky. The reality is it's not, and it's really good for us, and it's really good for the planet. It's going to make more green power, and it's going to have more electricity per capita for everybody, and that's how you advance civilization. I used a chart that showed basically income per capita versus electricity consumption per capita. You don't want to be down here. You want to be up here. And the only way to get from down here to up here is to use more electricity. I showed case examples of South Korea and Vietnam, and as they used more electricity, they got richer. It's very basic. And Bitcoin is a technology that can help us bring the 4 billion people who don't have a whole lot of electricity, or none at all, and bring them up and to the right, which is really the most important thing we can do as humans, because without power, you don't have health, you don't have wealth, you don't have civilization. So this is how we advance, is to use more power, and Bitcoin's going to help us do that. And the final thing I'll just say is that there's an important distinction between fossils and renewables, because fossils are more modular. Like we don't really waste a whole lot of them. I mean, we can talk about flaring, but generally speaking, like when there's less demand, they dig less out of the ground.
Right.
Okay, that's not how renewables work at all. It's up to God. There's whatever. There's wind, there's sun. Like we don't control it. Bitcoin buys, all of what's produced.
Yeah.
And then, the demand is the demand, and Bitcoin just saves the rest.
Interesting.
And
amazing. Yeah.
So that's the idea.
We appreciate that. Thank you for the breakdown. Also, you used this term aligned incentives, which is often used in Bitcoin. So when people have the same incentives, this word alignment has come up a lot since we've been here. There's a large contingent, I think, of conservatives here, obviously, to see President Trump. And there's this alignment of incentives with, conservatives purport to support more financial privacy, more financial freedom. Bitcoin purports to foster these things as well. But on the other side of things, I'm kind of curious as to what you think about this. We have Democrats who often talk about financial inclusion and other things that Bitcoin provides as well. So I'm curious, your thoughts on Trump, and then also, are the Democrats eventually going to come on board?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what Trump's going to say. I mean, of course, the rumors here are that he doesn't want to be upstaged by RFK, who came out with this wildly bullish sort of idea. So we'll see. I mean, that's interesting. I think taking politics out of it, it's remarkable that the former president of the United States is going to come give a speech at the Bitcoin conference. Just completely, it doesn't matter what party they're in. Like, that is insane. 10 years ago, a time traveler probably would not have believed you.
Yeah.
We went from being, 3 years ago, really excited about a smaller Latin American country that, frankly, most Americans haven't really heard of, to the former president of the United States. Like, that is a freaking leap year advance, step function advance. Now we're there. Now we had Kamala's team debating. She ended up not coming. The point is, it's now, Bitcoin is in the national conversation. It's not going anywhere. And the folks at BPI do such a good job making that the case. And their summit in D.C. every spring is so important to support and to attend, where we can help educate our lawmakers. And again, look, people have different opinions about the U.S. government adopting Bitcoin. Fine. But we want Americans to adopt Bitcoin.
Agreed,
So let's push the government to the side. They're probably not going to buy a lot of Bitcoin. That's fine. We may not even want them to Femi's point. Maybe we want other countries to accumulate it. We'll see. What we definitely don't want them to do is to go after developers making Bitcoin more usable as a currency and more private.
Yeah. Can I put a pin in that one? I think we're going to dive right back into Bitcoin and privacy right after this. We're going to cut to Q again. I'm here with Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. Don't go anywhere. Over to you, Q.
Thanks, guys. I'm down in the expo hall, and as I've said all day, all week, we have some incredible different booths as well as some experiences. So right now, I'm sitting in the Korsov tunnel. Don't kill me, Core Scientific. I'm sorry if that's not how I pronounce it. But it's walking you through essentially how to harness energy for Bitcoin mining, what the future of that looks like. But look, if anyone out there's got a shroom chocolate and wants to sit here and discuss the future of humanity the way this video does, I'd be open to it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Mara Live Desk. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. We have about an hour until President Trump speaks. To my left, I have Pete Rizzo, host extraordinaire. He's sitting to my left here. He'll be part of this panel here. Yeah, and we have Alex Gladstein, Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, we were just talking off camera a bit about privacy, the importance of privacy, and quite an interesting conversation you had the other day with someone, an early advocate for privacy on the internet.
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, a brilliant move by you guys to do this in Tennessee. The amount of interaction with the Tennessee lawmakers has been extraordinary. I mean, I watched conversations with the governor yesterday, with senators, talking about how they're going to use Bitcoin mining to harness the excess nuclear power that they're building out here. But something else that was very interesting that happened was I was on a panel with the Attorney General of Tennessee, and we were talking about the attacks on Bitcoin developers, which really are a continuation of the crypto wars from the early 90s, right, where Phil Zimmerman, who took the stage the other day, which was amazing, I got to meet him. I just was like, thank you very much for putting everything on the line back then. It's happening again, and it's happening to people who are developing open source tools like Samurai. And we had Zach Shapiro from BPI on the panel with Matt Odell and myself. We're discussing this, and he was very bullish on Tennessee pushing back against the federal government on these things and providing a framework to protect open source development related to Bitcoin privacy. And it's very important if Tennessee is willing to do that, because they can create briefs and they can push forward and make frameworks that then the government has to respond to. So he's basically committed to that. I watched this happen live. So the Tennessee government is now going to work with BPI to challenge attacks on Bitcoin developers. And that is an incredible, that's the single outcome of this conference that's amazing. And of course it's not.
Bouncing off what Alex is saying, really, I mean, this is cypherpunk values going into mainstream politics, right? You said Phil Zimmerman, a veteran of the crypto wars. Man, wow, that he's on stage here speaking at a Bitcoin conference, and how important it is to kind of bridge this history, right? Bitcoin Magazine host sometimes, and then historian on Twitter and on X, if you follow me there. I kind of go into the cypherpunk history, and just bouncing off what you said, the cypherpunks really were a political group, right, in the 90s in California, and they were really activated by this idea that, in a digital age, we wouldn't have privacy. You read people like Hal Finney, like Phil Zimmerman. They were worried about many of the issues that we see today and that politicians are now responding to, and essentially it was this lack of privacy in the digital age, and now we have Bitcoin, the digital cash, hopefully bringing more privacy to our financial lives. But obviously the case of William Hill and Keanu Rodriguez and the Samurai developers chilling, because it reminds us of this history, and really the worst parts of this history, which is government overreach, but government prosecution of individuals who are merely writing and publishing code, right? That's what happened during the crypto wars. So the PGP, pretty good privacy, this was the project that Phil Zimmerman brought to the world. You might be familiar with it. This was a piece of code that he wrote that was treated by the government as a munition. It was as akin as he launched, open sourced the code for a nuclear weapon, right? That's how they prosecuted him, and this was a case that lasted for years. You can talk to the veterans like Adam Back, who are still around, and they'll tell you about this. But echoes today, right? That's why I think it's important that there's political engagement, even as there's worries about partisanship at the conference.
I appreciate all that context, Pete, and I actually want to touch on this while you're here, Alex, especially. Why is privacy important, especially to the people that you work with in the human rights field?
Well, when we talked with the AG, of Tennessee down here, what was super interesting was that we discussed the idea of, is it American to go after a blacksmith if the knife that he made was used in a crime? No, of course not. You go after the criminal. So, that's what is happening now. They're going after the blacksmith for somebody else's crime, and it's not American. Now, it might be what they do in Europe or China or somewhere else, but it's nice to see that there are American officials willing to step up to that. And the way that it connects with the work we do at HRF is very important. Now, due to historical coincidence, essentially, or the values and virtues we have in Western society, a lot of the privacy tools were made here, okay? We don't actually know who Satoshi Nakamoto was, but they were probably in an advanced democracy of some kind. It seems likely. And obviously, Hal Finney and many others were in America or Europe who helped to build the tools we have today that allow us to have sovereignty and privacy on the internet. So if we're attacking people at home, it hurts everybody. So like, for example, when the Phoenix folks who make a very effective Lightning wallet pulled out of the US market due to concerns that maybe they could get sued, which is really depressing that the U.S. government is creating that environment. Like, we should be getting people to come here to build. We should be encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation, and instead we're on a short list of, like, North Korea and Turkmenistan for countries that can't use Phoenix. So, you know, we can change that, and if we don't, it sucks for human rights activists globally, because all of a sudden their ability to use Phoenix as they're traveling gets limited, and it's just not, it sucks. So what we want to do is help the officials here, and BPI does such a good job of this, understand that they can play a role in defending human rights for everybody by making America a place that people can come and build Bitcoin tools. Like, you know, of course, I think this is very important from the mining perspective, but we also have to build Bitcoin here. Right.
I was going to say, I think Samurai should be exciting, right? This is something that I think we should want to build, right? This is simply a tool that takes a transaction, that accepts it, and then you are able to withdraw the same amount of cryptocurrency that you put in. It's simply a service that kind of moves cryptocurrency, or in this case, Bitcoin, around. Obviously, there's some privacy benefits, but, you know, this tool doesn't require a central operator, yet the operators are being accused of money laundering, right? this is traditionally something that a company would have to register, and the argument, of course, is that they are a company, even though this is simply their code, their speech, right? And as we've seen in the U.S. law, there is this precedent that code is speech, right? And I think it's important that that gets upheld.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the context, and also the fact that the developers of Samurai Wallet were never actually touching customer funds, yet they're being charged as a money service business. Quite intense. Pete, you're the Bitcoin historian. You've been covering crypto full time, or Bitcoin and crypto full time for over a decade. Have you ever seen anything
Don't say it like that.
Have you ever seen anything that has had this sort of chilling effect, or that has developers so nervous?
Well, I think we've been in a series of chilling effects, right? We haven't talked about it, but you know, the China migration. You know, China. Earlier, we was talking to Scott Pressler, conservative commentator, about this, and he was curious about China, right? And China, of course, had a tremendous advantage, right? This was a country where, because of their ability to produce mining chips or computer chips, just generally, you know, 60-70% of the global mining power, again, these are the machines that are competing to produce new Bitcoins, were consolidated in the country, and rather than embracing it, rather than using this really as a tool to advance their own country, they simply banned this industry and sent their miners abroad, and that's why there are so many miners here. It's very interesting to see Donald Trump kind of seize on that opportunity. But yeah, when you take this perspective, I think it's important to remember that Bitcoin exists in this geopolitical way, and that we've seen just hostility from so many places. In China right now, even if you're a CEO of a cryptocurrency or Bitcoin company, there in many cases they can't leave their homes, they can't travel, right? So there's this idea that, you know, Bitcoin might face kind of some overreach in America, but this has already happened, right? China really was, you know, did take such a negative attitude, and I think, you know, maybe it hasn't been as bad in America, but it can get better, right? We've seen businesses struggle to get banking, startups that were debanked, right? So there hasn't been a level playing field, and I think that's what the industry is calling for. It merely just wants to compete against existing financial services.
Appreciate that. And in that context, so there hasn't been a level playing field, and you're talking about what's been important here in America, things that we've upheld, or the idea that things can get better here in America. In a place like China, maybe we don't expect that so much. Alex, from what you're seeing around the world, you're one of the people who have sort of made it, I think, more public knowledge that it's the exception, not the rule, to live in a liberal democracy.
Sure.
So there's authoritarian regimes around the world. How much of what comes out of America is not only going to influence other liberal democracies, but other leaders, what they're going to see from America on Bitcoin, maybe the broader crypto space as well, and how is that going to affect things worldwide?
Well, in the earliest days of Bitcoin, my organization, HRF, was involved in something called SOPA PIPA, which was what the U.S. government was trying to do, was basically allow corporations to start censoring the internet. And one of the fears we had, because we don't really work on domestic policy, but we were afraid that this would create a chilling effect where dictators would say, oh, look, America's doing that, so we're going to do it too. So basically, whatever we do gets copied by everybody else. So like any sort of financial restrictions we have may get sort of dispersed through FATF and these other sort of alphabet soup organizations to dictators globally. So we are still, I know that we're not quite the city on the hill maybe we used to be, but like we matter a lot. And like what we do really carries weight around the world. And look, at the end of the day, I want to push back against this idea that a lot of, sadly, people sort of maybe on the Democrat side have that Bitcoin's like bad for America. This is sort of what Elizabeth Warren pushes, and it's fake. It's fake news, because if you think about it, and I mentioned this yesterday on my keynote, you know, what do dictators need? They need three things. They need censorship, they need confiscation, and they need closed capital markets. So then I pose to the audience, well, what is Bitcoin, and what is the American idea? It's property rights, free speech, and open capital markets. So, ultimately, look, I think we're going to go through a transition here. We are a country today that issues the reserve currency. We can literally issue credits that buy oil. I mean, that has major benefits. But, a lot of that is tied up in a system that does a lot of exploitation of other people. And I think, globally, and I think that if we move to a system where we're more collaborative with the rest of the world, we'll actually be stronger. So this is sort of my thesis, is that America is going to be really dynamic in a Bitcoin world. And if you look around, yes, okay, it's going to be really rough for the CCP if the people have more power over the economy. That's going to be really bad for them. But it's not going to be bad for Nashville. It's not going to be bad for Tennessee.
I think the way that I would look at this question is, what does America gain from being against this invention, right? It is an invention. Bitcoin exists. It's out there in the world. It's a neutral, apolitical monetary system. What does America gain, right? We've seen our smartest people go abroad. Those companies move abroad. And we've seen that the industry has been held back, perhaps even from its full potential. And what does its full potential mean? Well, it obviously means jobs. It means innovation. I mean, look at how many companies are here. I mean, there has to be at least 100 companies here on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's absolutely right. So, and in these businesses right now, even 12, 16 months ago, we're thinking, hey, like, we should move outside of America. Right, so from merely an economic perspective, it's hard to see what the U.S. gains from sticking with its current policy.
Well, can I push back a little bit on that if you don't mind, Pete? So we have dollar hegemony around the world, right? The dollar is the global reserve currency. There's maybe some fear that maybe Bitcoin might replace that one day. Do you think that factors into some of the political decisions that are being made right now?
Well, I don't think it's reached the level of political discourse where they're aware of it. I've had several conversations on this desk today where this has kind of come up, right? This natural competition between Bitcoin and the dollar. Of course, in the Bitcoin space, we believe that Bitcoin competes with the dollar, should compete with the dollar, that it will compete with the dollar. And I think we want to move away from the U.S. financial system as it's currently constructed because of all the great writing that Alex Gladstein does. You can go to bitcoinmagazine.com and he talks about all of the, really like terrible nature of the system in terms of like what it takes to actually operate a global reserve currency for the U.S. dollar to maintain that status. Is that a conversation that Donald Trump is having backstage right now, where he's with a roundtable of industry executives? I don't know. I can't answer that question.
It is a conversation his vice president pick is having.
Oh, okay.
J.D. Vance has talked at length. He even questioned Jay Powell, head of the Fed, on this on the record last year. There's a video of it. You should watch it. And he's basically saying, you know what? Like, isn't it bad for the average American that we have the reserve currency? Doesn't it make it really hard for us to make things in a competitive way? Hasn't it hollowed out our industrial base? Hasn't it brought the plague of drug addiction to our people? And the Fed chair is basically like, yeah. So this is the externality of being the reserve currency that we don't often talk about. I mean, a lot of people know that it's bad for other countries.
Yes.
But a lot of people don't realize it's bad for the average American.
Yeah. So the strength of the dollar, obviously, it's something that makes exports more expensive. Is that what you're getting at? So when we send things abroad, we don't have as much money coming into the country as a result. Just to clarify,
because the dollar's so strong,
right.
we can't make stuff that's competitive on global markets.
Right.
So it all goes to China or wherever else. And it means that, essentially, our manufacturing base gets totally hollowed out. And now we're dependent on all these countries for all this important stuff. We're kind of paralyzed. And so if we can weaken the dollar, which this is what J.D. Vance and some of Trump's economic advisors want to do, they want to weaken the dollar and devalue the dollar like we did in the 80s to try and combat what was going on with Japan and the rivalry with Japan. We forced Japan to appreciate its currency so that they stopped becoming... We didn't want them to become the number one power in the world.
That's right.
And they were threatening to become one. And we said no, and we had the Plaza Accords and all this stuff. We basically forced Japan to strengthen its currency so it became less competitive so that we could sell more stuff.
Perfect.
And that's going to happen again. That's what they're proposing, is to devalue. Now, what do you want to hold in that situation? You probably want to hold Bitcoin.
I appreciate that, and that's a perfect note to end on. We are going to cut over to Q again. I was sitting here with Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian on X. Also, as I said, news desk host extraordinaire, and Alex Gladstein, Chief Strategy Officer for the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for your work. Pete, thank you so much. Cutting over to you, Q. Let's go.
Thanks, Frank. I am down on the expo hall with my dear friend, Uncle Rockstar. He is a contributor to BTC Pay Server as well as Nostr. And what we wanted to spend some time talking about is a hot button issue. It is going to be talked about during Trump's speech, as well as talked about and discussed all throughout this conference and weeks and months leading up to it. And it's around Ross Ulbricht.
Yes, and from my perspective, it's going to be talked until the election day, and then after the election day, because Donald Trump promised that if he's elected, that he will free Ross. So we're all waiting for that.
Right, and for those who maybe are not as aware of who Ross is, Ross was the creator of Silk Road, who has been now in jail for how many years?
Man, it's been what, like over a decade? And it's crazy that you get jail time just for creating a free market. Really, his biggest contribution to Bitcoin, in my view, was about applying the technology that Bitcoin is and ensuring that we can use it for transactions, and to create a free market and then get a jail sentence, 2 lifetimes. It's crazy, man.
It is insane to watch this transpire, but also at the same time, it is incredible to see that this is now becoming a conversation that we're seeing presidential candidates having in real time. I know you helped create something special to commemorate this moment. Do you want to try to share it with the audience to talk a little bit about this?
I was showing it yesterday on the air, but I'm showing it again because I've been helping with Bitcoin payments here at the conference. So besides those great free Ross t-shirts that you can pick up for free, they're available next to the merch store. Let's go. Let me help you. Boom.
Free Ross, day one.
Yeah. Besides that, there is laser-eyed cards that you can use to pay here with Bitcoin at the conference. We can't promote as much as Hak Tua Girl, you and me, but we gotta try our best. And yeah, free Ross day one.
We're gonna Hak Tua a little bit of Bitcoin onto that card. Frank, we're gonna head back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences conferences thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, just minutes away. The 45th President, Donald J. Trump, coming up. I'm sitting here at the desk right now with Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation. Coming up, the great Ron Paul will be joining us on this desk. I want to talk about the environment here, CK, what you're seeing around the venue. I'm looking online at some of the news as it's breaking. The presidential or former president's motorcade outside. Lines are for blocks in terms of the people out. It looks like really the election 2024 has come to Bitcoin 2024.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, there's lines around this entire event throughout the expo hall. People cannot wait to go into the main stage, the Nakamoto stage. And, I think we're going to experience history here.
Well, certainly a lot of speculation about what Donald Trump might say. I mean, there's lines of people waiting now to get into the main stage. We saw RFK yesterday. I think it would suffice to say expectations are high for Trump's speech. Would you agree, Christian?
Yeah, very high. And I hope people actually don't get disappointed. He is still new to Bitcoin, and it takes some time. It was very interesting if you can juxtapose position RFK's presentation from last year, Bitcoin 2023, to this year. He went from I'll protect nodes to I'll buy 4 million Bitcoin. Right. So he took a giant leap in this past year or so. I think maybe Trump is about a year behind, but we'll see if he is as bullish as RFK by 2025.
Well, of course, no shortage of bullish news rolling across the Bitcoin Magazine Twitter feed. Going to read some today earlier. Cantor Fitzgerald, CEO, saying they own a, quote, shitload of Bitcoin. We've seen multiple pension funds drop news announcements. The state of Michigan allocating to Bitcoin. Jersey City as well allocating to Bitcoin. Christian, your thoughts on just the institutional news that we've seen?
Yeah, well, I am pretty famous for saying no one is bullish enough. I think that the bullish news, especially in a bull market like this, when there's so much momentum, just continues to pile on. And, there's only 21 million Bitcoin out there. So if RFK is trying to buy 4 million of them, right, all of these states are starting to get in. I can imagine that institutional FOMO is just around the corner.
And the pressure is on for this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve in the U.S. It sounds like we're expecting the Trump campaign to make some sort of announcement. Do you think that Trump will announce that he will buy Bitcoin as president today?
I don't like to speculate, but if he wants to even remotely make a splash compared to RFK, I think RFK is definitely pushing him into a corner to make some pretty big commitments. And obviously, Trump is the front runner rather than RFK, who's an independent. So that would carry a lot more weight if he does.
I want to describe a little bit of what you're going to be seeing as you watch Donald J. Trump speak at the Bitcoin conference. So there's going to be a number of T-shirts out in the audience with some slogans. One of them is Free Ross Day One. The other, Free Ross, Vote Trump. Let's introduce the audience at home. For those who don't know, why do Bitcoiners want President Trump to free Ross? TK.
Yeah, well, Ross Ulbricht, he was the founder of Silk Road, and he really turned into the first kind of martyr for Bitcoin along with Julian Assange. Thankfully, Julian Assange was recently allowed to go back home to his family after being tortured in various different forms of isolation for a long time. Yeah, released but not pardoned. But Ross is the other one, and honestly, I think it's almost like a marker for how far Bitcoin has come in terms of the zeitgeist and influence around the world. To see if and when Ross actually gets out of prison. Ross spent his entire 30s, that entire decade in prison. And again, I think that the legal system was trying to make an example out of him. Don't step out of the line. Don't get out of the dollar system. So if President Trump does actually win, he has already committed to free Ross, and I think that would be a massive milestone for this movement in general.
And a big signal he's sending to the libertarian-leaning community, to Bitcoiners. We're taking questions live in the chat, streaming on X, YouTube, and Rumble, talking right now about what we're going to see on stage when Donald J. Trump takes the stage, and the signs talking about Free Ross Day One. Obviously, Ross, an innovator in the community, who's looking for a chance at freedom for Donald Trump. I guess, is this enough, CK? Do you think that this issue or this promise is enough to get Bitcoiners who are uninterested in the electoral process to vote?
I definitely think that libertarians and Bitcoiners, many of them are single-issue voters, but many of them are dual-issue voters. It's Bitcoin and Ross. Ross's freedom is absolutely imperative for this movement's progress. And, I think a lot of Bitcoiners will consider potentially voting in a different way if that is something that they find is a reasonable assurance and something that they think will happen. And, that's what the political process is all about. Politicians need to see what the people want and deliver on it. And I think a lot of people want to see Ross freed.
Well, the price is high. Expectations are high. Flirting with $69,000. They're calling it in the chat thread the Trump pump. Is that how you would describe it, Christian? Or what do you think about the market activity that's surrounding this event right now?
Yeah, it could be the Trump pump. It could be the Bitcoin 2024 pump. I remember I was at Bitcoin 2019 back when I used to be with this organization, and the environment was euphoric, and I'm feeling rhymes of that here at Bitcoin 2024.
Well, of course, much more to come today, including Donald J. Trump. We're going to hear more senators on stage kind of supporting Donald Trump's policy. Of course, rumors that Kamala Harris might come to the conference, interesting as well. Of course, she didn't actually attend, but certainly there's political fervor here. Christian, as a representative of the Human Rights Foundation, I guess, how do you look at the politicization of the conference?
Yeah, well, the Human Rights Foundation is not really focused on American politics. We're actually focused on politics outside of democracies. The reality about democracies is that this happens, right? That politicians come here and they try to make their case to the people. In Russia, they haven't seen Vladimir Putin in the public for 25 years, right? So it's a completely different situation. In terms of the politicization, let's just say the politicians seeing Bitcoiners and Bitcoin as a imperative for their election. I think that that's part of hyper-Bitcoinization, and it's something that should be expected. And often I'm actually disappointed by the lack of foresight from many Bitcoiners who are complaining about politicians getting into this as if they want Bitcoin to stay a niche little hobby rather than an actual revolution that can change the world.
Well, of course, minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. Let's stay with that word that you mentioned, hyper-Bitcoinization, Christian. Obviously, a lot of people tuning in for the first time, maybe Republican voters, conservative-leaning Americans. What is hyper-Bitcoinization, and how does that encapsulate the vision of this movement?
Yeah, the idea of hyper-Bitcoinization is summarized in this kind of meme, which is infinity divided by 21 million. Obviously, Bitcoin is a fixed supply hard asset currency, and the idea is we can price the entire world in it, and actually, if we do so, that will create better economic calculations and make the world a far better place with far less manipulation of currency and enable people to create bigger and better and stronger markets. And, you know, it is obviously going to be a big process because right now we're at less than 0.01% adoption of Bitcoin, despite Bitcoin being a household name. And to get all the way to hyper-Bitcoinization, we're going to need all the help that we can get. But I truly believe that Bitcoin being the world's global and only money is something that is going to make the world a far, far better and more equitable place.
When people ask you about that future and how it will be, the concerns that they might have, are people concerned about a future where Bitcoin is the dominant currency in your view, or simply they just need more education?
You know, I think everyone needs more education, obviously. All of us, even if you're here for 10 years, even if you're in this space since 2009, since the beginning, it is difficult to grok what a paradigm shift in money could look like and what it would mean. So obviously there's going to be questions, but I've said this on many podcasts and many shows in the past. The fact that people struggle to see this future is almost like proof of paradigm shift, because if you're in the current paradigm, it's impossible to see what the future looks like.
Well, of course, we can see the future ahead here at Bitcoin 2024, moments away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech, talking now about the global context of Bitcoin as really a financial movement, but a freedom movement. Christian, wondering if you could add a little context about that for the folks at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is what the HRF and the financial freedom team, which I lead at HRF, is all about, which is that Bitcoin is freedom money. Bitcoin is money that dictators can't stop. Since WikiLeaks and actually Obama froze fiat and credit card and banking rails to WikiLeaks, that started a trend where if a government does not like something that someone is doing or saying, they freeze their account and debakes them. So what Bitcoin offers is now money, once again, is this kind of inalienable element. And the reality is that without your ability to access your money, do you have any other rights? Do you have freedom of speech if you can starve and your family can starve by getting debanked for speaking out, right? So having money that dictators can't stop, having money that governments can't stop is absolutely, absolutely imperative for a free and civil society.
Freedom on the ballot, free Ross on the signs. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech. We've got a word from our sponsors, then we'll be right back at the Mara News Desk presented by Bitcoin Magazine. Head to bitcoinmagazine.com, pick out an issue of the Bitcoin Magazine.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, just minutes away. Donald J. Trump's historic speech, a former president speaking at a Bitcoin conference. Right now, we have a special guest who's no stranger to politics or Bitcoin conferences, Dr. Ron Paul, former U.S. candidate for president. Dr. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Good. Nice to be here.
And you influenced a whole generation of people to think differently about money. Many of the old-time Bitcoiners that I talked to found Bitcoin through your work, your writing, from the authors you evangelized. Can you tell us what it's like to be at a Bitcoin conference today, given all that context?
Well, you know, I think it's fantastic. And in a way, I didn't seek out 10 years ago, well, I'm going to promote the Bitcoin deal. But I did have a precise goal, and that was to excite people about freedom and to alert them to the dangers that we live in. And that's why I ended up in Congress, only because I spoke out, because I had no real desire just to go to Congress. But the thing of it is, by alerting people to what happened, but one of the things I did get on banking committee, I was fascinated with monetary policy, was highly influenced with August 15th, 1971, when they, severed the dollar, and I was convinced that there'd be a lot of inflation then. So that was the one thing that impressed me, and so I got on the banking committee right away to talk about monetary policy, and things have evolved very much like I've anticipated. But I'm still giving pretty much the same speech that a lot of young people came to. I just loved going to the college campuses, and I became influenced by them. They claim I was influenced others, but I was influenced by young people, how open they were and how independent-minded they were. And I always kid, because there's probably somebody here that belongs to the Chamber of Commerce. I said, I didn't do as well with the Chamber of Commerce as I did with young college kids, even in the liberal universities, because I think I'm so fully convinced that the message of liberty is so fantastic that it's a shame that we don't do a better job. And this is something that came out of my interest in monetary policy, because I introduced a bill for competing currencies. Get rid of this total monopoly of the Fed printing money.
Well, of course, when you started, there was no Bitcoin. You were simply concerned about the Federal Reserve and U.S. monetary policy. For the folks at home who maybe support President Trump or another candidate listening for the first time, what can you share about your work really lobbying against the Federal Reserve?
Well, it really started early on, because probably the first year, matter of fact, the first campaign I was in, it was in 1974, and was tokenism. But I know I went back and found the literature. I said, there's something wrong with the monetary system. We should sound money, and we should look into this Federal Reserve. And I was in favor very early on. To do one thing was to audit the Fed, to expose to the people how terrible it is and how they gain this monopoly power, and also to know how secretly it was done. So I was looking for openness, and there was a bill passed in the early 80s, or I think maybe 70s, that was called the Bank Secrecy Act. And I thought, well, that's good. I'm for bank secrecy. But it turned out it was secrecy for the government in order to look at all our bank accounts. So I was looking for something, where the people have their privacy. So privacy has been a big issue in what I've did in Congress, to emphasize the need, because privacy, at times they talk about it, but that's what liberty's all about, privacy. you're an individual. You can do what you want with your money. You know, when I talk about income tax, why is it that the government gets all your money and they allow you to spend a certain portion of it? So that's all the principle of liberty. So I think this movement, which there's too much credit given to me that I had anything to do with it. But what I say is I talked about the problems that we have and how the principles of liberty solve our problems. And I believe in competing currencies and rein in the Fed's monopoly. And all of a sudden, somebody interpreted that. Maybe I didn't, so I didn't think this up, but it's what I love about it. It's a consequence of people concentrating on the principles of liberty, and because I so strongly believe in it, and I just think that we need a better effort. I work every single day to try to present the case for liberty so that people, the average people, just wake up. And so evidently, if people in this audience, as I
They're waking up, they're awake, and they're in line here, waiting to see Donald J. Trump. He's sitting here with the great Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, would love to hear your thoughts on the issues facing Americans and the economy today. Obviously, in election 2024, the economy is going to be a huge issue. What are your thoughts on just the current state of inflation and savings for the average person?
I think we live witnessing now the cracking of the biggest bubble ever in the history of financial history. And that it's been created by the number one cause, of course, is the inflation of the money supply and the devaluing of the currency. But I date so much with August 15th of 71 because that took and severed the last link to something with a definition. And I think you have to have
talking about the Nixon shock.
Yeah, when they closed that, I think you have to have a unit of account, morally and financially. But if you have no account, you know, and that's what the debate and the arguments going on now. Can and will, you know, a Bitcoin be a unit of account? But I don't think there's a magic wand. I think it takes time to people understand that so that they measure things. Today, still, the majority of people still measure the unit of account as $1, and that's why the bubble gets bigger. But it's going to change. The bubble always ends, and it ends either by the government wising up, which they never do, and spend less money and quit printing money.
Is there a solution to the debt crisis that you see right now if you were in power?
Not under these conditions, but there is a solution. It can be found, in freedom. So you have to realize that the government can't. They created this problem. So, but it's going to be very hard because it's very painful to quit spending. I mean, too many special interest groups. It's a ton of them, rich and poor and everybody. And then you have the military-industrial complex. You have domestic spending. You have foreign policy spending, and but unfortunately, it's not just been one party. It's been both parties that spend. And so I'm very independent-minded very often on, well, blaming he did this and he did that, because to get elected, so the people have responsibility too. But I think that's where the waking up is going. People are starting to wake up. I thought there was an awakening with COVID. Right. You know, when the people finally say, what are you doing this to me for? And the whole thing is, people waking up. The government took over the medical care system and gave all those directions. They were tyrants. You know, they didn't allow us to make the medical decisions, and they controlled. They did this in education. So it's the taking over of the monetary policy. The symbolic date or the real date I pin it down is that August 15th, when there was going to be no restraint on the Federal Reserve, no restraint on the special interests, no restraint whatsoever. So this is the reason why we have so much special interest and so many lobbyists in Washington, and they really run the show.
Well, Dr. Paul, I want to get your thoughts today. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. I want to talk a little bit about your Bitcoin journey. Maybe you can tell us how your thoughts on Bitcoin have evolved in 2012 when you were running for president. A lot of young, enthusiastic kids coming to you with this maybe crazy idea.
Well, I have to say, I see it through my personal viewpoint, and that is, and we already touched on this. If you take the principles of liberty, the people solve these problems. I didn't stay up and say, you know, I understand inflation and we have to solve this problem. I think I'm going to invent the Bitcoin or something like that. But no,
So
but you have to have freedom of choice. You have to have freedom of choice. So that's important. Otherwise, the ideas can't develop. So I have a lot of confidence in people who are allowed to make up their own mind, recognize that they own their lives, they ought to own their own money, and there's one strict rule of this almost total freedom, is you can't use violence and you can't defraud, because if you break the rules of natural law, it's not going to work out. And that's a contest that's been going on for thousands of years, the good and the bad and the natural law. But we're up against right now in this country groups of people that said, you guys, you believe in this truth thing. You're always seeking truth. What is right and wrong? And they actually have a philosophy. Marxism is based on it. They don't have it. Don't waste your time trying to find out what truth is, because there is no truth. So what does that do? Opens up the door to tyranny. You know, that's what they do. It's an open up the force, and that's where we are. And then the bubbles, and see, I see it as a moral bankruptcy and a financial bankruptcy, and it does end, and it is ending. This bubble's going to burst. The biggest question is, how are they going to survive? How will we survive? And that is what we don't know. If it isn't connected with maximizing and the understanding of liberty, it's not going to work. And so sometimes this has gone through history at times, and sometimes that we'll end up getting a worse government. So if things don't come along where they decide that the principles of limited government and personal freedom, if that's not acceptable, we're all going to suffer more. We see some of the results, in our cities now, with more homeless people and all this. That's the payment that is coming back. But I also see, I'm really an optimist on this, because I do believe when I see a crowd like this, that if you're indicating the possibility that some of them came because they heard the principles of liberty, that would excite me. And I think there are people that get excited about liberty. And at one time somebody came up to me and said, oh, you're a politician that wants to legalize marijuana. And I pretended I was very resentful about it. I said, no, you have it wrong. I never said legalize marijuana. I said legalize freedom of choice.
We're with the great Dr. Ron Paul here. Ron, want to get your sentiments, your idea. Oh, applause. Wild here for Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, is there a candidate that can go far enough to solve some of these issues facing America? Is there a candidate in this election that has impressed you?
Oh, yeah, about 10. Well, I don't get into the personalities. I think we get lost sometimes at one time, because I was never a person in politics. I was a person that was enthusiastic, that I wanted to speak out, and that was a vehicle. So I don't deal with parties, but I go out and see people and talk to people, and I've met Trump, and the one thing about Trump, and this may be talking out of school, he might say, you shouldn't be talking about our conversation, that his personality was different. He was much more cordial than I ever believed.
Well, people in person.
It was different. Some people would interpret his personality differently, but I really try to avoid it. If anybody wants to talk about freedom, and I can have an influence, then I'm interested.
Well, we're here with Dr. Ron Paul. We're going to send it over to the main stage. Of course, his legacy lives on in the conversations here at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee, minutes away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage. We'll be right back with fast reactions of what happens on stage here at the Mara News Desk. Dr. Paul, thank you so much for joining us, and another round of applause from everyone. Really great.
Good to see everybody. I don't need these.
dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
All right. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How are we feeling? Nashville, how are we feeling? I can't hear you. Let's make some noise. That's better. That's better. We are moments away from seeing President Donald J. Trump, but before then, we have a quick announcement. I would like to tell you all, first of all, from the bottom of our team's hearts at the BTC Inc., the Bitcoin Conference, and Bitcoin Magazine, thank you. Thank you for coming to witness this historic moment. Thank you for coming to celebrate Bitcoin. We are so excited to have you here, and we're so excited as well to have you next year. We want to give you a quick video. Let's roll it. Big announcement.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin Conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/2025.
We cannot wait to see you in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce CEO of BTC Inc., the man, the myth, the legend, David Bailey. Please come on out.
Hello. Wow. Wow. We've come a long ways in 10 years. This crowd is insane. Are y'all having fun? You know, as Dr. Paul always said, it's an idea whose time has come. Bitcoin is an idea whose time has come. So I want to thank the leadership of Donald Trump for coming out, supporting us, supporting our cause. And I also want to give him a special thanks, and I'd like all of you to give him a special thanks for committing to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence on day one of his administration. This crowd is insane. Let's go. You know, I remember the first Bitcoin conference I went to. There was, I don't know, 800 people there. I think there's 8,000 people in this room. You know, this is a special moment in time. You can feel the energy here. The fact that we have 10 US senators here, we have 2 presidential candidates here. Bitcoin is the future of this country. And it's not a red party thing, and it's not a blue party thing, it's an orange party thing. So with that, I want to show you all something. You know, who better than the man himself, Donald J. Trump, to lead the Orange Party? But we also wanted to give him a little gift from the Bitcoin community. So I'm holding in my hand a Cassasius coin from 2013. Okay, there's one Bitcoin on here. A Bitcoin OG flew halfway around the world to come and deliver this for the president. So on behalf of the entire Bitcoin community, I want to give Donald Trump a Bitcoin, non-custodial Bitcoin, and I want us to officially greet him as a Bitcoiner. So with that, I don't know if he's ready yet. We're going to be joined by the 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States.
All right.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
It's not me. I am not the President of the United States. Maybe someday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so excited. We are just waiting for everything to be ready. Give us a little time. We're going to play some music. We'll be right back. Any minute now, don't worry.
Bitcoin in a strategic reserve. Is this what you're expecting Donald Trump to announce today?
I think it's important to set your expectations properly, but also I think most people are greatly underappreciating what's about to happen next. I think this is going to be a momentous occasion for humanity, not just Bitcoin, and people will look back in history and be like, this was the moment that nation-state FOMO really began.
And you've been here for historic moments. Bitcoin 2021, obviously El Salvador adopting a Bitcoin standard. Take us into that moment and how it might compare to what we're about to see.
I mean, it's absolutely insane when you look back on it that we were excited about President Bukele of El Salvador, a country of 6 million people, adopting Bitcoin just 3 years ago. And today we have the former President of the United States, the likely future President of the United States, who seems incredibly optimistic about Bitcoin and understands that Bitcoin is American at its core, and it can fuel the next great century of American success.
Well, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., independent candidate, speaking yesterday, setting a high bar for the former president. I'll read some of his Proposed executive orders. I will direct the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily, more than the circulating supply, until the U.S. has built a strategic reserve of 4 million Bitcoin. His proposal, transfer 200,000 Bitcoin held by the U.S. government to the U.S. Treasury, and signing an executive order to remove some of the IRS restrictions on the spending of Bitcoin. When you think about how this could be topped, what might we be seeing from Donald J. Trump? Does he take these policy proposals? Do we hear this on stage in minutes?
I think it's important. It's important that there is a lot of respect here for presidential candidate RFK. But it is different when it comes from the likely presidential candidate, likely president of the United States, next president of the United States. So I think it's important to take that into context. I also think it's important to realize that every individual, every company, every government, their goal long term will be to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible. The question is, when do they realize that? And the sooner you realize that, the better you do under a Bitcoin standard.
Well, I know you have friends and family here. What are they expecting from Donald J. Trump today? How are they looking at this moment? Has this made your career, your Bitcoin interest more real to them?
I mean, to me, Bitcoin is more than a career. You know, it's a lifestyle. But I am proud to say that this is my parents' first Bitcoin conference,
Wow.
which is pretty crazy. You know,
10 years, 11 years?
Yeah, being in the space for over a decade. This is their first one, but I mean, could you pick a better one for it to be their first?
It's a big introduction, and of course, election 2024 coming to Bitcoin 2024. We're talking right now about the expectations for Donald J. Trump about to go live on stage. Obviously, this is unprecedented. A little bit over time here. We're waiting for the president to arrive, maybe some last-minute speech revisions, but still, the expectations are high, I think, for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We keep hearing this phrase. What do we think about this idea, and why are Bitcoiners excited about the U.S. government holding Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's particularly important when we reflect on RFK's speech that is the likely expectation, is a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think that makes complete sense for America. Like, we want to accumulate the hardest asset that has ever existed. I think that's better for the country. I think it's better for American citizens. I will say that cap gains piece is unlikely to be announced here. I do not expect that. That would be amazing.
Insider information.
This is not insider information. I would just say that would be way too amazing, because the tax treatment of Bitcoin in America is borderline predatory, and I think it would be better for this country if we remove that treatment.
Well, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, to take the stage. I want to read through some of his quotes. 2019, his introduction to Bitcoin, his first remarks, quote, "Bitcoin just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's competing against the dollar. I want the dollar to be the currency of the world." The reversal, obviously the positivity now. What are your thoughts thinking back about some of these statements, given what we're about to see, Matt?
It's just amazing how much can change in 6 months, you know, and I just think it's important for everyone to just stay humble out there and realize the world can change faster than you expect it to. But it is just amazing. It is amazing to witness and be a part of, and I'm just really excited to hear what the president says.
Well, certainly some people expecting hard policy, maybe Donald Trump laying out a vision for America and Bitcoin. I'll go through some of his other statements, and the reversal really beginning in May of this year, right? We saw there was a private fundraiser. He said that Biden is against it. Biden doesn't even know what it is. He has no idea. Gensler is against it. The Democrats are against it. I'm fine with it. If you like crypto, you better vote for Trump. What was your thoughts when you heard that just months ago that Donald Trump had reversed his ideas about Bitcoin?
I was cautiously optimistic and very skeptical, and I feel like today changes that, but we'll see.
And we've seen some policy advances. Trump saying, "I will ensure the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA." Of course, that's already one of his promises. "I will support the right to self-custody. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from Bitcoin, and he will never allow the creation of a CBDC." Taken as a whole, from the policy we know of Trump, what are your thoughts about his core proposals so far?
Look, I think it's important to properly set expectations. I think the fact that he's here alone is a massive validation of everything we've been working on for so many years, that thousands of people around the world, hundreds of thousands of people around the world have been building out this protocol, have been building out the tools that make all of this possible. And just to have him here today to discuss Bitcoin with us is absolutely monumental. Everything else is simply gravy on top of that, in my opinion.
Of course, expecting history, expecting updates on the main stage, looking at a rapt audience of people who are waiting to see Donald J. Trump make history here on the Nakamoto stage at Bitcoin 2024. We've got some theme music coming out there, maybe some optimism that he's about to take the stage. We're going to send it to a quick commercial break. We'll be coming back. We'll be watching history together. Stay tuned. Keep watching on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We are minutes away from history at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. We are minutes away from the main event at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. People are lined up around the venue to see Donald J. Trump, and we've got some news to break on the desk right now. We've been told that a special guest is on his or her way to the venue. We don't know, and that's the source of this delay. And again, waiting for Donald J. Trump, former president, to take the stage. With me, a packed panel to keep your attention wrapped as we wait. We've got Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, longtime Bitcoin advocate, and Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation. Guys, what are you feeling right now? History might be made. It's delayed. Christian, you're on the stage.
Oh man, the anticipation is real. The anxiety and energy is in the air. I don't really know what to think, but I can't think of someone delaying Donald Trump other than a huge guest. Huge guest.
Yeah, special guest. I'm not sure we can say more, but maybe potential history and maybe the internet will be broken, if we can call back to that. Obviously, we're talking about what policy proposals we might see from Trump. We've covered RFK's bold initiative yesterday. CK, maybe we can cut in there and just get your perspective. What can Donald Trump say on the stage to get Bitcoiners excited out in the polls in November?
Well, you know what? First, we talked about this earlier. Freeing Ross is an imperative. Second is protecting Bitcoin privacy, and a strategic reserve would be a very, very nice campaign promise. Going back to RFK, he pretty much gave Bitcoiners everything they could have asked for in terms of campaign promises. No one is bullish enough on these massive campaign promises for Bitcoiners. And I think one that went a little underreported but is absolutely huge is the potential of removing capital gains tax from Bitcoin's transactions. That has been a big thing that is hampering Bitcoin's use as day-to-day currency. And it's something that's really important because Bitcoin stacks both extremely well as a store of value as well as a medium of exchange. It's just that the current regulatory environment is very, very prohibitive of doing that.
We've been reading through some of President Trump's past statements, going all the way to his 2019 rejection of Bitcoin through his recent reversal. Want to highlight some of the remarks from July that have maybe flown under the radar, maybe taking us into a window of what he might be saying on stage, what he's thinking about how Bitcoin intersects with the future of America. He said, quote, "I don't want to be responsible for another country taking over this industry," calling his engagement with the industry, quote, eye-opening. And of course, the two quotes that got the most play on Bloomberg that day, quote, "China is into it, it's not going away." Matt, what do you think about this idea that Bitcoin is persisting, it's winning, and that the U.S. must react, in fact, to Bitcoin's rise around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's simply adapt or die. I mean, I think the game theory of Bitcoin plays out that every person, every company, every government is incentivized to adopt Bitcoin as quickly as possible, because as this adoption cycle happens, the purchasing power starts to evaporate if you don't adopt it sooner rather than later.
Christian, your thoughts on some of this? Obviously, you work for the Human Rights Foundation, an organization with a global context. This idea that Bitcoin is on the world stage, that it's competing or maybe moving America's interests in a direction. Your take on the former president's remarks?
Well, no, I think that this is extremely important. The reality is that a lot of policy that happens globally is copycat policy from America and the West. So the U.S. often sets the tone. We're seeing that the Biden administration and the Department of Justice had made a very negative stand towards financial privacy within Bitcoin. HRF does not think that financial privacy is a crime, and we have many examples of where activists and freedom fighters need financial privacy to protect themselves from dictators that we supposedly oppose here in the U.S. So we need to look at what we are doing and know that this affects the entire planet, and if we can make a positive turnaround here in the U.S., we are hopeful that it can change policies around the entire globe.
Matt?
I mean, off of what CK said, I really want to highlight here that as an American myself and as a Bitcoiner, I've worked with many developers, many open source developers throughout the world, and their main concern right now is legal liability over writing open source code. I think America stands to gain substantially if America is a place where they can safely build any project they want to build that is open source, that is not in their control, and that they do not have legal liability for that.
It's Bitcoin 2024. We are minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage, making history. We're going through his past remarks right now, thinking about what he might be able to say and laying out a policy vision for the United States and Bitcoin. Christian, going back to you, another quote from Trump, quote, "Other countries are going to have it." This takes us maybe into his insight and thinking, and other countries are active on Bitcoin. Tell us what's going on around the world.
Well, the reality is that Bitcoin is a permissionless system, and we are already seeing countries like Bhutan, countries like El Salvador, they can permissionlessly adopt this technology. They no longer have to ask for permission to buy treasury bonds. They no longer have to ask permissions to use the US dollar. They can just mine Bitcoin on their own with their own resources. They can accept Bitcoin. They can buy Bitcoin. And if we fall behind here as Americans in the United States, you know, that is not going to stop other countries that see it as a benefit from picking up on it, and they stand to gain outside gains.
Of course, waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage, the news we broke minutes ago, a special guest on the way. The reason for the delay, talking Trump right now, talking RFK. Want to switch a little bit to yesterday's remarks from Michael Saylor. Obviously, we're talking about a high bar for speeches at this conference. His message to the world, quote, "The financial life is being sucked out of you." His plea to have the United States buy 4 million Bitcoin of the 21 million that exist in his 21-year Bitcoin forecast. Want to walk through the bear, base, and bull scenarios? His bear case for the price of Bitcoin, $3 million per coin. His base case, $13 million per coin. In his bull case, a whopping $49 million per coin. In the midst of the Trump pump, we're at $69,000 today. Want to get this industry panel's reaction on these numbers. Matt, you seem happy.
I'm very happy. I've learned my lesson about making price predictions. I would say it's probably a little bit on the bearish side without saying absolute terms. Michael Saylor is a capitalist. Donald Trump is a capitalist. through my work at 1031, we're investors in 36 Bitcoin companies, oftentimes the leader or the exclusive investor. Most of them are based in the United States. I think at its core, we need the United States to be the leader in places where you can actually run a Bitcoin business in an ethical way, in a sound way, that you have solid foundations that you can trust. And from a government point of view, you really cannot accumulate enough Bitcoin, no matter what. There's no number that is enough. I think Bitcoin is up and to the right forever. The question is, what is the timeline? It is a scarce asset. The supply will never change as adoption increases. And then later in the adoption cycle, as human flourishing increases, or GDP, etc., the Bitcoin purchasing power should increase with it. So if you go by that logic, you can never have enough Bitcoin, period. So every person, every company, every government should simply stay humble and stack sats as hard as possible.
Well, of course, the script is out the window here. We're 20 minutes over from when Donald J. Trump was supposed to take the stage. We're told we're minutes away and that a special guest is on the way. We're talking now about Michael Saylor's bold vision for Bitcoin, his insane price predictions. I think the reaction from the chat, obviously bullish. Are these price predictions insane, Christian?
Well, you know, I am on the record for saying that Bitcoin is likely a paradigm shift in value. I think that it is a better system for communicating and making economic decisions. And therefore, if you divide all the value on the planet by 21 million coins, that is not enough because it is a better system. It actually makes infinity bigger. I think Matt alluded to that. As human beings continue to flourish, infinity will get bigger. And to be honest, there is no prediction on a long enough time horizon that is bullish enough. I don't think any of us can actually be bullish enough. Our monkey brains are just not smart enough to see the new paradigm.
Monkey brains here waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. Expectations high for special guests. Of course, the chat's roving right now with expectations of who might come out. We don't know, of course. We're waiting to hear, but we know Donald J. Trump is here, that he will be speaking. We're now talking about Michael Saylor and his price predictions for Bitcoin. We're going to take it to a short series of ads. A word from our sponsor. We'll be right back. History is moments away at Bitcoin 2024. Stay with us.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine, the eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, minutes away, but delayed. If you're just tuning in on the stream, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage at a Bitcoin conference with a special guest who is on his way. Obviously, no more to say on that, but a great panel who is going to kind of continue to talk about what we might see from the former and possibly future president to my left. Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation, and P, podcaster extraordinaire, joining us. P, take us into the reality. What's the sentiment on the floor right now?
I mean, it is electric. People are excited. They're ecstatic. They cannot wait to hear what is going to happen on stage in a few minutes, hopefully.
Well, we've been talking about these three words that have the world's imagination: strategic Bitcoin reserves. The expectations are high that Trump will make an announcement, and the pressure on because of RFK yesterday coming out saying he'll waive capital gains on purchase transactions, stockpiling 4 million Bitcoin. What does the president need to say, P?
Oh, man. That is a very difficult question to answer. I mean, the world is his oyster.
Well, take me into your thoughts as a Bitcoiner, someone who supported Bitcoin for a long time. Maybe he's even competing for your vote as an American. Is there something Donald Trump can say to you today?
You know, I mean, I am extremely excited to hear what he has to say about using Bitcoin as a reserve asset, support for Bitcoiners, support for Bitcoin as a store of value. So anything in that vein would be huge and would be extremely exciting to hear today.
Of course, we're taking questions on X, Rumble, and YouTube streaming live. Send them in. We are waiting for confirmation of when Donald J. Trump will take the stage. We've talked about his policy. We've talked about Michael Saylor's Bitcoin price predictions, and we're talked about the price activity, $69,000 right now, and expectations that the Donald Trump future presidency could be good for Bitcoin and the Bitcoin price. Christian, why don't you take us in there? Is that an expectation that viewers should have?
Yeah, you know, I think that anything on the size of the United States becoming friendly and officially friendly to Bitcoin is absolutely fantastic for Bitcoin price, because that opens the door to all the innovations that is happening here. And I actually want to turn it to some reporting that I saw earlier today, which is that the Democratic Party is actually now pressuring to stop Elizabeth Warren's attack on crypto, end her siege against Bitcoin privacy and Bitcoin mining, and that this pressure is actually changing Bitcoin from a red issue to something that is apolitical. And I think that shows exactly how fighting Bitcoin is turning into a losing issue. So not only can it be a winning issue for a candidate, but opposing Bitcoin can absolutely be a losing issue. And, you know, I would love to see in November some massive splashes against some anti-Bitcoin politicians, especially ones that are incumbents who have been there for a long time, like Elizabeth Warren.
Well, of course, there's this idea floating around Washington now, new for some, that Bitcoiners are single-issue voters. Matt, are you a single-issue Bitcoin voter?
My single issue is freedom, and I've yet to see a presidential candidate in my lifetime run on that issue, and hopefully that changes soon.
P, Christian, your thoughts? Is Donald Trump right now competing for your vote?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go, P, or I'll go? So, yeah, I mean, I think that, of course, he's competing for everyone's vote. You know, for me personally, I have not been someone who has voted for a mainstream political candidate for president ever in my life. So, you know, if he can say the right things and he can make the assurances that I find to be credible for Bitcoin, it could be something that I can consider. And I think that there are a lot of Bitcoiners who are in my same shoes, a lot of people who are millennials who are in my same shoes, who've been disillusioned from the existing political conversation, and they are excited about Bitcoin, and maybe he can sway us.
Well, there's a lot of talk here about Bitcoin as a partisan issue. I'm going to back up and talk about Bitcoin as a generational issue. Maybe something that's just appealing to young people. The old timers don't get it. P, your thoughts on Bitcoin as a generational voting issue?
Absolutely. I think it's extremely relevant, even more so than before in this election. We've never seen Bitcoin discussed so openly, so consistently in an election cycle. And I think that's a testament to how it is becoming even more part of the mainstream conversation. It's really... it's entered the Overton window. I think, yeah, it's huge.
We're waiting for history to be made on stage. The eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee, People rapt about what Donald J. Trump might announce on stage. Now even more expectations of a special guest. Guys, what are your thoughts on this special guest? Who it might be? Who can take the expectations and the sentiment here even higher than it is?
I mean, Pete might hate me for this, but
Are we going to say Elon?
The special guest is worth it. I think it'll be worth the wait. We personally know who the special guest is. It's going to be well worth it.
Well, I do not know, and I actually heard, I have it on good authority, that it's actually a sort of genetic chimera that's been constructed of sort of a combination of Santa Claus and Elon Musk and also Abraham Lincoln combined into one.
Right.
Is that correct?
I think that is who Satoshi Nakamoto is.
You're not supposed to tell them ahead of time.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
we can
let's
edit
back
this
up
out,
a little
right?
bit and talk about Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe in context of this historic moment. We've seen history on this stage before. Maybe this will be the most historic announcement we've ever seen at a Bitcoin conference coming up. Satoshi Nakamoto, of course, the founder, creator of Bitcoin. We know this individual is very highly motivated, a cypherpunk. He believed in privacy, believed in freedom. Matt, your take on what he would make of the idea of this conference being so political?
I imagine if Satoshi's out there somewhere, that the last 15 years of Bitcoin has just absolutely blown his mind, because it has just been amazing to witness personally. It has blown my mind over and over again. It is astounding to watch both the pace and progress of this movement. And I really do think that we could see here the beginning of the next great American century. And I'm humbled to be sitting here right now as that happens.
Talking about Satoshi Nakamoto, this Bitcoin movement was once an idea in someone's head, something that didn't exist. Christian, your thoughts, your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Matt. Likely Satoshi himself was not even bullish enough, but he did know that he was building an economic incentive system that was, if it did catch on, it'd be worth getting some, right? So that's the exact quote. And Pete, I mean, I would love to turn it to you. I've called you the world Satoshi expert. You've done incredible research into everything Satoshi. I know you may be even writing a book one day. I mean, tell us, what do you think Satoshi might think?
Well, look, I think Satoshi was a person of intent. We know that because of the way he's architected this system, right? Obviously, building it with so many qualities, the 21 million limits, the cap that ensures that monetary freedom was available for everyone. But I think with Satoshi, look, if he's here, I think he is probably marveling at what he's achieved, right? I don't think he could have known, but it's important to kind of look at the context of where he came from, right? He saw an internet that was politicized. He foresaw that the technology that we now use to connect could be turned against us. The kinds of things we're experiencing today with deplatforming and privacy, these were all things that were of concern to the community he came from, the cypherpunks. And I think it's very interesting to watch, really, in the headline maybe here, is that the cypherpunks have entered mainstream politics, maybe with the arrival of Donald J. Trump here today. Do you think that's a fair categorization, Matt?
I mean, I think the cypherpunks have been trailblazers in terms of political freedom in the United States specifically, but also globally. They were leaders in the fight in the early 90s for encryption to be the standard around the world and be easily accessible. This idea that you write code and you opt out of corrupt politics in order to achieve your goals, but also at the same time you engage with local politicians, you engage with ethical governments in order to protect yourself and protect the movement. That was a twofold win in the 90s. That was a twofold win because the code got distributed, the code was sound, it worked really well, but also that governments weren't actively attacking encryption. And yes, there are attacks in different places around the world. We've seen them recently in the UK and Europe, which is really not great to see because privacy at its core, it protects every single human on the planet. The ability to selectively reveal yourself to the world. But at the same time, if you look back at these last 30 years, I think the early cypherpunks would be quite proud that there hasn't been major transgressions, at least among Western democracies, against encryption and the different open source tools that empower freedom.
Well, I think one of the most fascinating things, Satoshi categorizing Bitcoin as an alternative to central banking, an alternative to government-run monetary systems, and here we have governments coming into the conversation. Christian.
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, every single government on the planet runs a website. Every single government on the planet uses email. Bitcoin is actually a protocolized version of money and value and property that we can use, and it actually delivers property rights to places where it was not even possible to happen under government. So ultimately, I think that it is extremely bullish that now governments are once again bending the knee, looking at technology, and then ultimately having to adopt it. And I think that that is Bitcoin's sound game theory.
We are waiting for history at Bitcoin 2024. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. We're waiting to unveil the special guest. And of course, right now we've got a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back on the main stage, bringing you news, highlights, analysis until history is made. Stay with us.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The script is out the window. The main event of Bitcoin 2024 was minutes away. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump and potentially a special guest. Expectations are high. Strategic Bitcoin reserve potentially on the table. RFK yesterday making history with an aggressive policy plan, calling on America to stockpile 4 million Bitcoin. Michael Saylor of MicroStrategy making the same appeal. We've got a new round of panelists to discuss as we await history to happen on the Nakamoto stage. I've got Matt Odell to my left, founder of 1031 Ventures. We've got Mr. Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine, and Q Gahimi. You know him as our roving reporter on the stream. He's been around the venue, talking with people, getting into the expectations, the insights, everything that's been going on. Obviously, a big announcement on stage before the waiting period that we're now entering, that Donald J. Trump is now a Bitcoiner. The Bitcoin community banding together to gift 1 Bitcoin to Donald J. Trump. Mike, your reaction to this news?
Rizzo, I really appreciate you calling on me first as I came running over here from the main stage.
Well, that's because you know what happened in the room.
Yes. So, folks, one of the wonderful things that are happening here, if you not see, there's a massive line that's outside because obviously 4 weeks ago, we weren't even expecting to have a
I mean, I've seen the video. It looks absolutely wild. Is there people really lined up outside the block right now?
Oh, there's people outside the block. The room is full. It's to capacity. You know, we had to once again deal with fire codes. I want to say thank you to the Secret Service that did an unbelievable job here at the event. Not only were we excited that RFK got his Secret Service detail, which he deserved, but obviously they're paying a little bit more attention with President Trump now at Secret Service. So, you know, we have our expo hall, we have all the main stages. So going through Secret Service, you actually have to go through TSA. So I don't think Bitcoiners would ever expect having to go through TSA. Matt Odell's a big fan of TSA. So
Proof
he's really
that
excited
election 2024 has come to Bitcoin 2024. Q, you're joining us from the floor. You've been covering all aspects of this venue. Maybe take us into what's happening outside. Right now, we're just seeing a room of energized people, people looking at TV screens, lined up to try to get in to see Donald J. Trump, to see this special guest, waiting. What are you seeing?
I mean, look, we got in here very early in the morning, and from the start, before doors were even open, people were lining up in anticipation of this talk. People immediately, they got in, they didn't want to do anything else. They went straight to the screenings, went down into the Nakamoto stage, and I saw people with books. I saw people like prepared to camp to make sure that they can just stay there all day to have seats to watch this historic event transpire. Never in any of the Bitcoin conferences that I've been to have I seen anything like this. We're making history today.
Of course, the waiting is building expectation. Is this raising the stakes for what Donald Trump has to say on stage? Mike.
He's a showman. Donald Trump's a showman, right? I mean, I'm expecting it to come out with like, money, 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 money. Like this is, you know, this guy, you know, he's an apprentice. He's teaching us a lot. He's a showman. I think he's building up the hype. And right now, you know, I want to point out Ron Paul, who's a doctor, you know, the good doctor. He kind of ran as fast as he could over there, and he's in the hall with everybody. He got a wondrous applause when he came in. And right now, we're actually finally the live stream is being broadcasted to everybody in that room. So we want to thank everybody, for waiting. We are working on it. There's obviously a lot of security, which is exciting, and we are definitely not buying time up here. We're taking this very seriously.
Well, we're really working through the issues. We're talking about the policy proposal that Trump might put forth. Of course, already a slew of public statements from Donald Trump since his reversal earlier this year on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Of course, his big issues, energy independence, coming out against CBDCs, recognizing that we're a growing industry and constituency, and really maybe the biggest one, he doesn't want to lose a foreign advantage that we might have in the international stage. Matt, why don't you take us in?
I want to see the president lead us forward on the next generation of American success. I want to see America become the best country in the world to run a Bitcoin business. I want to see America become the best place in the world to be an open source developer. And I want to see America start stacking the hardest asset that the world has ever seen in a big way.
Well, a lot of talk that this might really be a 1990s moment for Bitcoin, really the internet becoming mainstream during that decade, breaking through and with legislation in America, really powering economic productivity for the next decade. Q, your thoughts on how what Donald J. Trump might say on stage might compare to this time period where we know America embraced innovation and could do so again?
I mean, we are bearing witness to the game theory playing out in real time. When Jack Mallers announced El Salvador adopting Bitcoin in 22, it was an incredible moment. The euphoria in that room sends chills down my spine just talking about it. I could not imagine that just 2 years later we would even be remotely having this conversation around America potentially having some sort of adoption, looking towards it. Germano's getting jumpy. Go in.
You know, the only thing I think we're talking about what Trump's going to do. There's one thing that Trump needs to do. The one thing he promised is he needs to free Ross on day one. Right. That is the one thing that he needs to do. And my hope is when he gets in, he free Rosses on day one. And then when we look at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas, there's only one person that everyone's going to want to see speak, and that would be Ross. So
let's talk about Ross Ulbricht, founder of Silk Road. Of course, the reason that many people became Bitcoiners. Maybe, Matt, you can speak to Ross and his importance to this community and why so many people champion his cause.
I mean, I think at the core of the issue here is Ross has been in jail, often in solitary confinement, for 15 years now. It was a nonviolent crime. He was running a Bitcoin-powered drug marketplace. And I think it crosses party lines the fact that he has done more than enough time served. President Trump has promised to commute his sentence day one. And that's a key point there. Not pardon his sentence, not say he was not guilty, but commute it for time served. I would really like to see that. I will say that that falls under the context of believing a presidential candidate's campaign promises. I will say a lot of other things President Trump can announce today. Actually, he doesn't even need to fulfill for it to become a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is part of the reason it makes it such a crazy moment. And the fact alone that President Trump has come down to Nashville, to the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, to talk about Bitcoin and talk about innovation in America is a massive achievement in itself that not enough people appreciate at this moment, but they will appreciate in 2 decades. They will appreciate in 3 decades. They will look back on it and be like, that was it. That was the paradigm shift right there.
We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the main Nakamoto stage with a special guest. Of course, we're talking about something more somber, the freedom of Ross Ulbricht at stake in election 2024, meaningful for a country and a community, but also meaningfully for a family. Mike, I know you've spent time with some of Ross's family, know the cause, know the movement. Q, this is something that people who have reported on the scene know well, the tale of Lynn Ulbricht and the family. Mike, Q, I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
I mean, look, as someone who's a parent myself, to think about not being able to see your kid is a thought I don't want to have. And so when you see Lynn, and she keeps coming every year, it makes you want to do it a little bit more. It makes you do the research. It makes you be willing to wear the free T-shirts, the 10,000 T-shirts we have outside. Everybody in that auditorium right now who's wearing a T-shirt, right, they all want to see that happen too. They get to be part of this movement. And if you didn't have, you know, a mom like Lynn, I don't think this movement would be here. And, you know, I would like to say, even at Bitcoin Magazine, every single employee, you know, Free Ross seems to creep up on everything. I want to give a shout out to Tommy. Tommy, our resident crazy designer who pushed Free Ross everywhere.
Right, this has been a core advocacy push from Bitcoin Magazine. Any issue, if you go online, subscribe now, you'll find a Free Ross ad. So Mike, maybe as the publisher of Bitcoin Magazine, you can tell us why we've sent that message to so many people through our magazine.
Well, number one, it's because the magazine team always swaps out an ad and puts a Free Ross ad in anyway and doesn't tell me. So I don't have a choice. But I think that's what it means for, you know, once again, Ross helped a lot of us maybe buy our first Bitcoin for didn't matter what reason, right? And more importantly, it's a movement that is something we're excited to get behind. And as a publisher of a print magazine, we want to just thank all the people who subscribe to it. If you didn't do that, we wouldn't have had the money to do the long-form journalism. We wouldn't have had the money to put on this event. So we really appreciate those who believe in our cause too. And so we'd have to believe in a cause like freeing Ross.
Moments away from Donald J. Trump taking the stage, we're told a special guest is on the way. We want to back up. This is a historic moment. People from around the country coming in for the first time. Mike, you mentioned Dr. Ron Paul on this stage earlier today, speaking to the hundreds of thousands of people watching really about his personal life, his crusade against central banking, about the monetary policy issues that are affecting America. And of course, the economy, such a big deal this year. People just feel like they can't get ahead. The TikTok videos going viral. People don't understand what's happening to them. So the average American voter who's coming to this for the first time, seeking answers, we say Bitcoin fixes this. What does this mean, Matt Odell?
I didn't realize you're going to call him in. I just want
you sit next to me.
I just want to say that after we free Ross, I would really like to see in the American government and across the American political spectrum, the priority be placed that America becomes a place where code is protected speech. I believe the Constitution already protects it. I believe that we have developers right now that are sitting in jail, one notably being Samurai developers, that should be freed immediately, and that protections should be in place going forward so that developers of open source software, non-custodial software that does not touch money, are not treated as money transfer businesses, and that are properly treated as protected speech writers.
Q, want to take you into this conversation. Of course, central banking, monetary policy concerns around the world. Maybe take the viewers at home into your thought process here.
I mean, everyone feels it. We all see it when we go to the grocery store. We all see it when we're trying to fill up our tank of gas. We spent some time yesterday talking about this. You would be hard-pressed to find someone who has not felt the effects of our terrible monetary decisions here in America and beyond as well. it's important to also recognize the fact that while the world relies on the dollar and we have felt inflation, the rest of the world has consistently seen higher and higher inflation than what we have stateside. So if you think it's bad here, it only gets worse and worse the further out you go. I'm going to continue to hammer this point home, but the fact of the matter is we have such a financial privilege to be in America, in the country that has the global reserve currency. Most of the world, the majority of the world is unbanked, and Bitcoin is an opportunity for them to have access to money and store their wealth in a way that they just don't have.
We're going to go to a quick break now before we're bringing up another special guest, and we are still awaiting history. It's coming, folks. Donald J. Trump in the building at the Bitcoin Conference at Music City Center here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us. We'll be right back on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Stay tuned.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Die Zahnarztpraxis Smile ID ist ein Ort, an dem Sie immer herzlich empfangen werden. Wir beraten Sie individuell sowohl
Trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Guy, very talented guy in a lot of ways. Governor Joe Lombardo, who's fantastic, and we're doing well in his state. And he's going to make sure that there's no hanky-panky going on. And if that happens, we're going to win his great state. But you know who he is, and he's a fantastic governor. Senators Bill Hagerty, Marsha Blackburn, Cynthia Lummis, Tim Scott. And Tim was great. Boy, I'll tell you, he was such a strong voice for me. He was on so many shows and did such a great job. During the primaries, he was incredible. I want to thank him, special guy. They're all special people. They're warriors. Tommy Tuberville, you know Tommy Tuberville, senator from Alabama. And you have many members of Congress, Andy Ogles, Thomas Massey, John Rose, Mark Green and French Hill, and the next U.S. Senator from Ohio. I hear he's doing very well, Bernie Moreno. Where is Bernie? I hear Bernie's doing well. The great Laura Loomer. Some of you know Laura. She's a fantastic person, great woman. And a tremendous developer from New York and Florida, one of the best, Steve Witkoff, and he's got his son Alex with him today. That's an incredible family, development family. They've been supporters from the beginning. Howard Lutnick, Cantor Fitzgerald, incredible, one of the truly brilliant men of Wall Street, and a whole group of his distinguished guests and a lot of our distinguished guests. We have a lot of other people here, and I won't bother anymore. That's enough, because we have to talk about crypto. We have to talk about Bitcoin. We have to talk about all these great companies. But our country is blessed to have the extraordinary talent, energy, and genius represented in this room. It really is great genius. Not all of you, but most of you, many of you. But this is the kind of spirit that built America, and this is the spirit that's going to help us make America great again. That's what we're doing. I stand before you today filled with respect and admiration for what the Bitcoin community has achieved. It's incredible, actually. I sort of say to my sons, it's like incredible because they know so much about it. They're so aware of it, much more so than people that are a little bit older. But I say this is the steel industry of 100 years ago. It really is. I think you're just in your infancy. I can see it happening. In just 15 years, Bitcoin has gone from merely an idea posted anonymously on an internet message board to being the 9th most valuable asset anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? Is that right? That's a big deal. Think of that. It's already bigger than ExxonMobil. Soon it will be surpassing the entire market cap of silver. It's not bad. How about gold? How about gold? Let's go gold. And one day it probably will overtake gold, but based on the way it's going now, it could very well be a possibility. There's never been anything like it, and I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. And most people have no idea what the hell it is. You know that, right? So what happens when they figure it out? That's going to really be something. Bitcoin is not just a marvel of technology. As you know, it's a miracle of cooperation and human achievement. And a lot of relationships that are formed. I just did a meeting, a roundtable with a lot of the leaders, and it's amazing. There's a great camaraderie. It's really interesting. There's competition, but there's a relationship, there's a friendship that's developed with a lot of these people. I noticed it. I don't usually see that too often. I see the opposite, actually. They want to get each other. They want to kill each other. These guys have a great feeling. Very smart people, too. Congratulations on all that you've accomplished. This room is amazing. The people in this room, high IQ individuals. I'm running against a low IQ individual, her. I'm not even talking about him, her. I got a low IQ individual. The reason I've come to address the Bitcoin community today can be summed up in two very simple words: America first. Because if we don't do it, China's going to be doing, others are going to be doing it. Let's do it and do it right. My vision is for an America that dominates the future. We have the best economy, the highest standard of living, the safest and most beautiful cities. And by the way, when I say safest, our cities are going to hell right now. Our cities are going to hell. We're going to fix our cities. We're going to work with Democrats that have destroyed our cities, but we'll work with them, and we're going to get our cities back. We're going to bring our country back. And we really were the freest and the most ambitious, most dynamic nation ever to exist on Earth, and we're going to get that back again, because we're not there now. We're a nation in decline. You know it. We know it. Doesn't sound nice. But it's okay, because we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back fast. Right now, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing what's happened. Even today, when you look at what we just said, that would never have happened if they respected our country. If we don't embrace crypto and Bitcoin technology, China will, other countries will. They'll dominate, and we cannot let China dominate. They are making too much progress as it is. And we want them to be successful. I don't want China to be successful, but we have to be the most successful. That's what's gonna happen. I want the United States to be first in technology, first in science, first in manufacturing, first in artificial intelligence, and first in space. You know, at MIT, my uncle was a professor there, Dr. John Trump. He would have fit in with this room very nicely, actually. That's why I mentioned it. And I believe he was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. He graduated. We have a very intelligent family, actually. He graduated tremendously. I think he has 3 different degrees, but they said, "Would you like to stay on, John, and be a professor?" "Well, I've got a lot of offers," I assume he said, "but I've got a lot of offers." Well, he was there for, I believe, 41 years. When I was in the White House, the head of MIT came to see me, and they presented me with a book on my uncle. He was a legendary guy in the academic world and in the world of MIT. So I understand a lot about what you're doing, and I have great respect for highly intelligent people. And you are highly intelligent. America's destiny is to lead our rivals in everything and to surrender our industries to no one. To no one. You know, some of you are involved with AI, but you also have the same thing. You need a thing called electricity. You need a lot of electricity. You know, AI needs to be really dominant, and China can do it much easier. We have environmental impact statements to do, but we're going to do things that nobody thought were possible. You need tremendous amounts of electricity. You need double the electricity of the entire electricity that we have right now in the United States to dominate. And we'll get that done. Who would think we can get that done? But we're going to get it done. We'll be having power plants built at the sites. We'll be releasing people from certain ridiculous requirements. and we'll be using fossil fuel to make electricity because we're going to have to. We'll be using nuclear. We'll be doing it in an environmentally friendly way. But we will be creating so much electricity that you'll be saying, please, please, President, we don't want any more electricity. We can't stand it. You'll be begging me, no more electricity, sir. We have enough. We have enough. You know, in the Midwest, they just opened, it was very interesting, they just opened up 2 chargers, you know, a charger for the electric cars. And you know, I love Elon. He's great. He endorsed me and great endorsement and everything else. But not everybody has to have an electric car. I told him that. So we're going to get rid of that mandate, if you don't mind. Some people want gasoline-propelled cars. Some people want a hybrid. And some people like an electric car. They're great. I think they're great. I think what he's done is great. And I think he understands it. I guess he probably wouldn't have endorsed me. He knows where I am in this. But he did. And it's just like they did these chargers in the Midwest. There are 8 of them. They spent $9 billion to build 8 chargers to charge up a car. And at that rate, it would cost approximately $12 trillion to put the chargers around. Somehow that's not working. The country would have to file for Chapter 11. We'll do a chapter, you know, it's called Chapter 7 instead of a Chapter 11, but it's the equivalent. No, we have to use our brain. We have to be, we are the party of common sense, okay? We have to have common sense, but what we do have to do is we have to produce tremendous electric for AI and for all of the other things, including the things that you're doing, and we'll get it produced, and we're going to get it produced fast, or we're not going to be able to compete with China and other countries. So we're going to get it produced fast. This afternoon, I'm laying out my plan to ensure that the United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done. If crypto is going to define the future, I want to be mined, minted, and made in the USA. It's going to be. It's not going to be made anywhere else. And if Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we say, it's going to the moon, I want America to be the nation that leads the way. And that's what's going to happen. No, you're going to be very happy with me. You're going to be so happy. You're going to say he's the greatest guy. That's why I'm proud to be the first major party nominee in American history to accept donations in Bitcoin and crypto. And they've made a lot of them, I might tell you, and I appreciate it. Since we made that announcement on May 21st, we have already raised $25 million, much of it in Bitcoin, crypto, and others that are very, very good also. But as you know, our excitement about the future of Bitcoin and crypto could not be more difficult from the approach of our opponents. Can't be, look, our opponents have gone a difficult route. They're going old-fashioned stuff. We're going to take it right down the middle. We're so different from anybody else in terms of a campaign. First of all, we understand it. They don't understand it. They are blocking your path. They're blocking your way. But I've made it a lot easier for you because the SEC has been very, very tough on you. And now they see that you've embraced me. All of a sudden, people that were under investigation, they're being let go. They're saying, oh, no, we don't want to do that. We love crypto. Let me tell you, if they win this election, every one of you will be gone. They will be vicious. They will be ruthless. They will do things that you wouldn't believe. But right now, because of me, they're leaving you alone. So please say thank you, President Trump. Thank you very much. And the reason they're doing that is I've heard from some of your great geniuses that talk to me about this subject. I've heard from Vivek. 175 million people in some form are involved with this world of crypto and Bitcoin and all of the others, 175 million. So when they heard that, they said, let's be nice to them, at least until after the election. So I've taken a lot of pressure off a lot of people. A lot of people are very happy today that about 3 months ago weren't so thrilled. For 3.5 years, is that right? Look, he just said that's right. And you know it's right. For 3.5 years, the current administration has waged a war on crypto and Bitcoin like nobody's ever seen before. For those who work in this industry, they target your banks, they choke off your financial services. Have people seen that? Yes? Yeah, they have. Plenty of hands up. They block ordinary Americans from transferring money to your exchanges. They slander you as criminals. But that happened to me too, because I said the election was rigged. He said the election was rigged. He should spend the rest of his life in jail for making that statement. Of course, they say it about us, and it's okay, right? No. And by the way, we're doing very well in the election. We lost a candidate recently, crooked Joe Biden. And I thought, we lost this wonderful person. He's actually a terrible human being, if you want to know the truth, so don't feel sorry. And we have he's the worst human being, And I sort of made an analogy last night. Last night, think of this, I was speaking in front of a very powerful and very strong, very religious group, Christians, evangelicals, Christians. And then today I come in front of Bitcoin, and now I'm going to Minnesota to do a rally. You think my life is so great, don't you, huh? But I cover a lot of territory. I go from religion to Bitcoin to a rally. And I don't get it mixed up like other people do. Where they come out and they say, may God bless everybody involved in the Bitcoin world. But actually we mean that, because you need blessing, because you've got to do something very spectacular. But we had an incredible time last night talking to Christians, largely Christians, a Christian group. And this is so great. And then we have a very big rally in Minnesota. Hasn't been one since 1972. Richard Nixon, can you believe it? And I think we're leading Minnesota. But there's some hanky-panky that goes on in Minnesota. But I think we're doing good. So we're going to leave here. We're going to go there for a big rally. But this is such an honor to be with you. Sadly, when we see the attacks on crypto, it's a part of a much larger pattern that's being carried out by the same left-wing fascists who weaponize government against any threat to their power. They've done it to me. Did you see I just won the big case in Florida? Thank you very much. The big case. Thank you very much. Good. Now, it's a big case. That was the document case. I have Presidential Records Act on my side. Biden didn't. By the way, Biden, they said, here's what they said. They said, he's guilty as hell, but we're not going to charge him because he's incompetent. I won the case the old-fashioned way. It's called you win. I wouldn't have wanted to win the way he won. Trump won the case because they called him incompetent. Think of this. So they called him incompetent. So he's incompetent to run for trial, to stand trial, but he's not incompetent to run the country. How does that work? But he's not it anymore because he didn't do particularly well in the debate. Did anybody watch the debate? Not too many people. Somebody said to me, you did horribly in the debate. I said, why? He said, because there's no way he can continue forward. That's how bad he was. I said, I understand that, and that's exactly what happened, actually. We had a great debate. It was a tremendous debate, actually, and since then, hey, look, you have to open the eyes. You have to see what's going on. We have a country to run. The problem is that Kamala is worse than Joe. She's worse. She's a radical left lunatic, defund the police, all of the different things. And so far she's got a little honeymoon going on right now, but when people hear about her, and she's against crypto, by the way, and she's against it very big. So I just want to let you know, you got to get out. You got to get out and vote. It should be no surprise that these same totalitarians are hell-bent on crushing crypto and obliterating, and that's what they want to do, and that's what they are stated. They're there right now. You have the SEC, you know what they're doing, obliterating Bitcoin. The reason could not be more clear, because Bitcoin stands for freedom, sovereignty, and independence from government, coercion, and control. the Biden-Harris administration's repression of crypto and Bitcoin is wrong, and it's very bad for our country. It's really quite un-American. As you know, 6 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States. I believe he was the worst president in the history of the United States. Think of it. Millions and millions of people have come into our country. They've come in from jails. They've come in from, think of it, insane asylums, mental institutions. They've come in as terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. The same people that you just heard about from Israel, that did that in Israel, they're coming in and nobody checks them. Nobody knows what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. They've lost control of our country, and only bad things can happen. So it's not going to be that way. We're not going to let that happen. We're beating them, and we're beating them badly, and we have to make sure that we do. We need to do it for our country. And you can't just be a fighter and have your man lose the fight, or woman, but in this case, a man. He's losing the fight. He's down by 15, 16, 17 points. They say that you're not going to win, Joe. You got to get out. He didn't want to get out. He said, I'm not getting out. He said, you're getting out. He said, I'm not getting out. I got 14 million votes. I'm not getting out. They said, if you're not getting out, we're going to institute the 25th Amendment on your mental competence. He said, like I said before, I think I'm going to get out. Okay? And they got him out. But it's like, think of this. You fight, you're in a campaign. You spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and he's losing. And then they say, let's take him out of the fight. We'll put a new fighter in there. The new fighter is her, probably my second choice. He will always be my first choice, but she'd be my second choice. And again, if we don't win this race, and I know you're not that political, but you have to be political because your whole thing, I mean, you have a lot of politics involved in what you do. If we don't win this race, this country could be finished as we know it. This country is going to be in bad shape, and we have to be in there. We have to fight, and we have to win. And I pledge to the Bitcoin community that the day I take the oath of office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's anti-crypto crusade will be over. It will end. It'll be done. It'll be done. The moment I'm sworn in, the persecution stops and the weaponization ends against your industry. And as long as I'm in the Oval Office, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, do you remember? Yes, I'm an Indian. Yes, she said, I'm an Indian. Why are you an Indian? You don't look like an Indian. No, my mother told me I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's why she was an Indian. So I named her Pocahontas. Elizabeth Warren and her goons, and she's very nasty to you. She hates your people. She hates everything about you. Will keep their hands off Bitcoin. They're going to keep their hands off crypto. They're going to let it grow. We're going to let it grow. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler and appoint a new SEC chairman. I didn't know he was that unpopular. Well, I didn't know he was that unpopular. Let me say it again. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler. Whoa. And we'll appoint a new SEC chairman who believes America should build the future, not block the future, which is what they're doing. And Kamala Harris wants to make him Treasury Secretary. That's not good. That's not good. He was Hillary Clinton's finance person. Did you know that? Crooked Hillary. Remember Crooked Hillary? Do you remember her? Anybody remember? He was the finance chairman of Hillary Clinton's campaign against a gentleman known as Donald Trump. not a popular person within the... Actually, she came to my wedding. Do you know that? To our great First Lady, Melania. She came to our wedding, and Bill came to our wedding. But it's amazing things when you run for office, a lot of things change in your life. A lot of things change. As president, I will immediately shut down Operation Choke Point 2.0. They want to choke you. They want to choke you out of business. We're not going to let that happen. And no longer will your government sit by and watch as Bitcoin jobs and businesses flee to other countries because America's laws are too unclear and too tough and too angry and too stiff. We will keep each and every Bitcoin job in the United States of America. That's what we're going to be doing. Upon taking office, I will immediately appoint a Bitcoin and Crypto Presidential Advisory Council. Would anybody like to be on that particular council? Please raise your hand. Their task will be to design transparent regulatory guidance for the benefit of the entire industry, and they will get it done in 100 days. We will have regulations, but from now on, the rules will be written by people who love your industry, not hate your industry, people that want to make it clear and simple, straightforward and fair, people that want to see your industry thrive, not dive. Next, I will immediately order the Treasury Department and other federal agencies to cease and desist all steps necessary, because, you know, there's a thing going on in your industry. They want to move the creation of a central bank digital currency. It's over, forget it. CBDC, there will never be a CBDC while I'm president of the United States. And I will always defend the right to self-custody. Self-custody. You're going to have a great industry. You're going to have a great industry, and we're going to be fuel for your industry, not demolish your industry. America will once again be a nation that protects property rights, privacy, freedom of transaction, freedom of association, and freedom of speech. We're going to change we're going to go back to the old days when we were a nation that was building, not a nation that was eating itself alive from within. As part of our effort to provide regulatory clarity, we will create a framework to enable the safe and responsible expansion of stable coins. Do you know what a stable coin is? Does anybody know? Please raise your hand. Allowing us to extend the dominance of the US dollar to new frontiers all around the world. America will be richer, the world will be better, and there will be billions and billions of people brought into crypto economy and storing their savings in Bitcoin. So that's pretty much the way it is. Those who say that Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar have the story exactly backwards. I believe it is exactly backwards. Bitcoin is not threatening the dollar. The behavior of the current US government is really threatening the dollar. The danger to our financial future does not come from crypto. It comes from Washington, D.C. It comes from trillions of dollars in waste, rampant inflation, and open borders while giving welfare and free health care to all of the illegal aliens that are pouring into our country by the millions and millions and millions. It comes from printing hundreds of billions of dollars to fund endless wars overseas while our cities are like combat zones here at home. 2 weeks ago in Chicago, 117 people were shot and 17 died. Afghanistan doesn't have anything like that. You know, you think about tough places. Look at what's happening with our cities. What's happening in the last 3 years, last 3.5 years. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Think of it, 117 over 4th of July weekend. 117 people were shot and 17 died. This is the United States of America? I don't think so. By the way, when I was president, we had no wars. We had no new wars. We didn't start any. Remember when Hillary said, he'll start wars. Look at his personality. No, I said, my personality will keep us out of wars. But we finished off some of the old ones like ISIS, which they said would take 5 years to do, maybe more. We did it in 4 weeks. We beat ISIS in 4, because we have a great military. And it's not a woke military, by the way. Maybe some of the people on top are woke, but this is not a woke. I got to see that first when I looked at what they did and what they did for me, they were unbelievable. They did things that nobody thought were possible. Our real generals and our soldiers, there's no woke. They're trying to get them to be woke, but these people are not going to go woke, I can guarantee you that. With your support this November, we will restore competence and we will restore common sense to our nation's capital. Because ultimately, it is about, it's not, are you conservative? Are you liberal? Are you progressive? They like progressive. It sounds so nice, right? It'll destroy our country. It's actually become a terrible word. It'll destroy our country. But it's not about that. It's about common sense. We want to bring common sense back in. This is all common sense that we're talking about today. And Bitcoin and crypto will skyrocket like never before, even beyond your expectations, and you are the people that are doing it. As we stop the war on crypto, we will immediately, and we'll do this very quickly, begin to build our economy, because when America is prospering, Bitcoin is soaring, and it'll go up with it. We had the greatest economy ever, and we will soon have it again. Under the Trump administration, the typical middle-class family income rose by $6,000 a year. People don't like mentioning that. America had more money to save than at any time in many decades. As a result, during my 4 years in office, now you have to listen to these numbers. These numbers are like beautiful. And I don't want to repeat myself. Listen to these numbers. As a result, during my 4 years in office, Bitcoin surged by 3,900%, from $898 the day I took office to $35,900 the day I left. That was the biggest jump, I guess, in just about any industry. Think of that. Now compare that to just after 3.5 years of Biden and Harris, adjusted for inflation, Bitcoin is up 50%. Now, 50% sounds good, but not when you're comparing it to almost 4,000%, right? 50%. You know, normally you say, oh, that sounds pretty good. Let's not put that into the speech. No, 50% is not good. When people can't afford groceries or rent, they have no savings to store in Bitcoin. This administration caused the biggest inflation in the history of our country, and that's what's happened. Our people are being wiped out. From the very first day we take back the White House, we will replace the Biden-Harris economic stagnation with a brand new Trump economic boom. You're going to have a tremendous boom. You know, you have a lot of great analysts out there. Scott, I'm talking about you, Scott, one of the greatest of all, and others that say the stock market's going up because they think Trump is going to be elected. And if Trump isn't elected, this country's going to go into a depression the likes of what you had in 1929. And I hope that's not true, but I can understand it, and I can understand what they're saying. The stock market gain, they think, is because it looks like we're going to win the election. And I don't know what's going to happen with the election. You know, they cheat like hell, and I don't know what's going to happen. But if we win it, this country is going to be boomtown. It's going to be booming like it never boomed before. The current administration's economic plan includes trillions in new spending and $5 trillion tax hikes. They want to increase taxes by $5 trillion. They want the expiration of the Trump tax cuts to take place. They want a wealth confiscation tax, so that when you make all of your money that you're going to make and all of the people you're going to employ, they want to take away your money in the form of a first-time ever tax and a gigantic capital gains tax that will exceed substantially in many states over 50%. My plan is the opposite. We will lift the workers, and we will create savers out of so many people, and we will reward success. We will not punish success. They want to punish success. They want to punish genius. I'm not going to let that happen. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and deliver massive tax cuts for families and individuals and businesses that produce jobs. That includes no tax on tips. You know that, right? Going to get rid of the tax on tips. I will cut unnecessary and burdensome regulations, fight every day to make America the best place on earth to build a business, including a crypto business. It's going to be the best place. You're not going to have to go to China. You're not going to have to learn, gee, how do I learn Chinese? I want to learn it very quickly. I have a little granddaughter that speaks fluent Chinese. Can you believe it? And it's a wonderful thing, but it's not easy, but you're not going to have to do it. Most importantly, for our citizens, we will end the inflation nightmare that this administration has created, and we will end it quickly. It's got to end. It's destroying our country. You know, inflation is a country buster. You can go back many, many years to Germany, and you look at what happened to Germany during their huge period of inflation, destroyed the country. It's a country buster. The Bitcoiners, and I say to you that you recognize the dangers of inflation long before most others did. You understood inflation, frankly, better than anybody else. You know that, don't you? If only they had listened. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you. The trillions of dollars in ridiculous waste approved by our opponents resulted in the very inflation disaster that Bitcoiners had always predicted. 20, 30, and even 40% of the value of every dollar was wiped out, and wiped out quickly. You understood that, but a lot of other people didn't. The life savings of millions of Americans was rapidly destroyed. And very simply, uncontrolled inflation is a stealth taxation of the middle class. It really is. It's a stealth taxation. I call it the Biden tax. Now I'll call it the Harris tax, or the Harris-Biden tax, or whatever the hell we're going to call them. But it's a disaster. It's a tax of 50%. It's a 50% tax. Inflation, think of it, it's a 50% tax on people, 50. This is a human tragedy, and it's destroyed people. It's a national disgrace. It's destroyed everything in its way. It must never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. When I'm president, I guarantee you it won't happen, because we're going to do things that make sure it doesn't happen. They've allowed pricing to get totally out of control. We're going to do energy, bring it down to levels that people have not seen in many, many years. We had it at levels. We were at $1.87 for a gallon of gasoline. You don't see that right now. For 4 straight years, under my leadership, we had effectively no inflation, none. When I left office, it was 1.4%, and then it stayed there for almost 2 years. Remember when Biden said it was 9? I inherited 9%. That was just another lie. Misinformation, disinformation. We gave them a hot country. We went through the COVID. We did an incredible job. Never got credit for that. Always got credit for the economy, for the military. We rebuilt the military. We created Space Force. We did so many different things. Never got credit for that. You know what? We gave them a great country with essentially no inflation. And after 2 years, they drove this country, and they drove inflation through the roof. 2 years, cost of living went up, in some cases, by over 50%. And they say 22%. They like to say 22, but it could be much higher, and it is much higher depending on what they include. They don't include things like interest rates that went from 2.5% to 10%, but you can't get the money. When I return to the White House, I will stop the wild and wasteful spending of this administration. I will end the endless wars. They never stop. Again, we had no wars. We had no new wars under your favorite president, President Trump. We had no new wars. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III, because we're closer to World War III than we've ever been since the end of World War II. I will seal the border and stop the invasion of millions of people pouring into our country illegally. We will totally defeat, and we will do this quickly. We will defeat inflation, and together we will bring back the American dream for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We will bring it back, the American dream. You don't even hear the statement American dream anymore. You don't hear those words anymore. We used to talk about the American dream. A lot of you people are in the American dream, but you're going to be crushed if you don't elect me. I hate to tell you. You don't elect me, you're going to be crushed. You're going to say, Alice, what a mistake it was. We went for a person who has no talent. She's been a failure at almost everything she's done instead of Trump. And look at us now. We're going to move into an extremely small house from our beautiful house. But we will end the war on American energy, and we will very simply drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We have to. It's what we have. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation in the world, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We don't use it. We don't use it. They use it. We don't use it. We go out and buy oil from Venezuela. It's amazing. But we won't stop there. We will harness American energy in all forms. I have set the ambitious goal that by the end of my term, the United States will be the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity of any nation on earth. We can make it so inexpensively. Because of what we have under our feet, we can make it so inexpensively. And with low energy costs, America will become the world's undisputed Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You'll be a Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You will not have to move your family to China. You will not be moving to China. As we implement these reforms, Bitcoin and crypto will grow our economy, cement American financial dominance, and strengthen our entire country long into the future. Many Americans do not realize that the United States government is among the largest holders of Bitcoin. Does anyone know that? How about that? The federal government is almost 210,000 Bitcoin, or 1% of the total supply that will ever exist. But for too long, our government has violated the cardinal rule that every Bitcoiner knows by heart. Never sell your Bitcoin, right? That's right, isn't it, huh? That's right. How did I figure that one? Never sell your Bitcoin. And so, as the final part of my plan today, I am announcing that if I am elected, it will be the policy of my administration, United States of America, to keep 100% of all the Bitcoin the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future. We'll keep 100%. I hope you do well, please. This will serve in effect as the core of the strategic national Bitcoin stockpile. As you know, most of the Bitcoin currently held by the United States government was obtained through law enforcement action. You know that. They took it from you. Let's take that guy's life. Let's take his family, his house, his Bitcoin. We'll turn it into Bitcoin. It's been taken away from you because that's where we're going now. That's where this country is going. It's a fascist regime. And so as I take steps to transform that vast wealth into a permanent national asset to benefit all Americans, today I repeat my pledge to commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. It's enough. It's enough. That's where we are as a country. Ultimately, my promise to each and every one of you is this: I will be the pro-innovation and pro-Bitcoin president that America needs and our citizens deserve. This will be one industry, but this will be a thriving industry, a great industry, and I'm going to be doing the same thing for every other industry also. Our nation has never thrived by trying to censor new ideas and shut down the dreams of our people. America always plants our flag on the next frontier and pushes boldly ahead. We have to do that. We haven't been doing that for a long time, especially the last 3.5 years. It's gone the exact opposite. Those of you in this room inherit the legacy of generations of American pioneers and patriots, risk takers and renegades who settled this continent, built the modern world, and lived on the bleeding edge. You live on a bleeding edge. You do know that, Bitcoiners, don't you? You are the modern-day Edisons and Wright brothers and Carnegies and Henry Fords, and what you do in your lifetime stands a chance to outlive us all and inspire humanity for generations to come. This will go down as a very important day in the history of your industry. Together you are building America's future with your own smarts, your own grit, and your own skin in the game. You have a lot of skin in the game, and that's what you're doing. It takes courage to do it. Most people don't have that courage. My job will be to set you free and to let you do what Americans do best and what you're going to do better than anybody. Win, win, win. You're going to win, win, win. With energy, passion, and brilliance like we have rarely seen before, our country cannot fail. We're in a failing nation right now, but we're not going to be for long. Our country cannot fail. With your help, we will save our nation, we will restore our republic, and we will make America and Bitcoin bigger, better, stronger, richer, freer, and greater than ever before. Thank you all. Have a good time with your Bitcoin and your crypto and everything else that you're playing with. And we're going to make that one of the greatest industries on earth. Good luck and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, the former president there, Donald Trump, wrapping up in Nashville, speaking for about a little less than 50 minutes right there, as he is now going to travel from Nashville and head to Minnesota for his rally with Senator J.D. Vance, his VP candidate right there. So it's going to be a busy evening for the former president. But again, he's talking at this conference, talking about the future of crypto and what it would mean to his administration if he does get another 4 years inside of the White House.